Hey, hello everyone, welcome back. We are in Italy, Reggio Calabria, nice weather, also we will roll back time. Hello everyone, Rotate Design coming with all the popcorn you will need for the lengthy ground school. I mean, it also will be air school, we should be flying today, hopefully, at some point, maybe, I don't promise, you'll see. Rotate, welcome, very nice to see you. Yes, again, some P2006 Tango, training, Sierra Mike, Oscar Foxtrot, smooth. Well, I don't think there is any country having Sierra Mike, that sounds great. Kevmikwa, welcome, very nice to see you again. You're doing it again, streaming while dressing streaming. I don't know how it happens, that's how it works. I think it's maybe because we all have a day job and live in the same time zone, that's probably the reason. I can just recommend having two windows open side by side. You can, if you size it correctly, you can make it so that the chat is below the video, and just make one louder, the other quieter, and do as you please. It's your time anyway. I'm glad you're enjoying myself and Ryzen, that's very nice. Eleanor Juicy, just subscribe, thank you, welcome, and followed, very nice to see you. I'm very happy, I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Met747, welcome back. I know, I'm just kidding a little bit. Okay. It's fun, but maybe someone doesn't know that there's a way to watch more. Well, I'm here to help. I looped the bass and guitar again. Today I started the stream and I haven't even checked if the guitars have the right volume, but it's the same settings as usual, so they do. And I basically picked up the guitar and had to figure out what to play live with you. So you've probably heard me changing what I'm playing quite a lot during the intro, and I've settled at something that I played in the end. And Kavmikwa, today it's four bars. Or four, I don't know how you call it, 4 phrases. 4x4. Also, I messed up my counting and I think the bass is 2 times on one of them, but it actually sounds good because it's octave higher. Elden Lord JC, you're welcome. You can squeeze me so much. Not only you're in CCM's Discord, you also not pretend like yes, you're not only one and the same person. Yes. Don't worry, I had the same confusion. I noticed it in the other Discord and looks like a good, cool guy. And then I see you on 10 stream. Oh, it's that guy. I actually know you. Don't worry, it happens to me all the time. The names are difficult to remember unless you get some more story on the person. This is just how it is, but I'm trying my best. I'm very happy to see you all here. I prefer 4 instead of 3. I think 3 is a good number for me because it's long enough to cover any mistakes and short enough not to bore myself to death while looping it. But yeah, I understand 4 is more natural for the drum people. On a high score. My cold is not gone yet, also I'm feeling a bit better as of today, which is better, but still not great concentrating. I'm not so often 10 minutes, I'm quite busy. At the moment, hot to be around more often again. Yeah, no problem, that's how it works. I often find after a busy period that I have been missing a lot of streams, and I actually miss that. It's cool to watch in the background. Just having something. I just treat it as a radio, it runs in the background. Just a regular radio. However, welcome. We do like countings in 4s, yes, and I like to mess with the drum people. I do count in different numbers. I can come up with the riffs that are in 5, and the drummers are... How do I fit this together? Man, just count to 5. People can do that. There are a lot of bands who play in weird numbers, like 11s, 13s, whatnot. Did you already do a test flight? Yes, I flew it yesterday when I was not under pressure of showing you. And I figured out how it works, I figured why we couldn't start it, I also figured how to circumnavigate all the issues. I confirmed that the biggest pain points I saw were actual issues. I actually made a new list, but I haven't touched the previous list because I still need to check the things. Once I verify them, I will send this to flight sim studios. Also, I pinged them on Discord about the two most burning issues that I found. One is that the idle power is way too high, which is snowballing into a ton of problems, and the other that the props are not feathering. Other than that, to be honest, so far so good. And to be fair, the stream model is fantastic, and it feels pretty immersive once you sit in it. It's just that this issues when they hit me in the face last time, I totally lost my track. Pop a screenshot on Discord, having a look around her now, and then real training begins. Ooh. Wait, I missed some chat. However, redeeming the first. You can be trusted with the first, however, I didn't tell anyone. I hoped you will redeem it, and you didn't. Displaying something I really want, but also I don't want it. It is weird. It is, but good thing about it is I'll get the guitars a bit down. I hope it wasn't too loud for you. Sorry if it was hard understanding me. I flew the other Tecnams before in training, and once I moved to this twin, it felt very familiar because I already recognized most of the parts. The switches are the same, the philosophy is the same, everything is more or less the same position. For training, great aircraft. And in the sim, well, I think if we get those toe issues fixed, it will be great. And I see a lot of potential that this could be truly study level, because the real aircraft is fairly simple, to be honest, so I see there's a potential. Like, all the switches are there in place, movable and everything, it's just the things are not tied together quite as they should, so I think with enough of tinkering, this can be amazing, but hold your horses, it's not there yet. Also, for a regular simmer who is not very aviation inclined and you only do normal procedures, do not go out of the envelope, I think we'll probably not even notice all these issues trying to... Oh, they're just running crazy. Screenshot. Did you really... Oh, so we got it. And another point. When I popped in this aircraft in the sim, because the model is so well done and it's so immersive, I straight ahead expected everything to be working as in the real plane, which, to be fair, is not what it's done in most other aircrafts by other developers. I think the crown currently belongs to the black square for the general aviation and Phoenix for the... myself at least, Phoenix for the tubes, closely followed by the PMDG, just I'll flank of the tail. Alright, if you want me to read me something, please ping me so I see that better. Super Connie has the best 3 engines airliner. Super Connie is 4 engines. You must have shut down one. The lab plan, give me days here and I should be competent enough and group flight. Whoa. I lost track what we were talking about. Oh, in However, is that in Twitch or in Discord? I'm still not great at at following where I should look. Actual call of 3 engine airline, of course the engine used to be very faulty. I gotcha. I don't see it, however. But I saw a watch streak and I didn't fully understand what that was about. That was last stream. Also, I forgot. We had a few people coming along when I was offline before the previous flight. So I want to shout it out. Jamie Knights, the good friend I've been hanging around with other chats. Welcome, thank you for the follow. We had Fanta 649er. Thanks for the follow. And Nicotine 70. I think this might have been on stream, I'm not sure. Twitch, I'm just loading up the sim now, no new desk kit. Oh no, so I'm gonna try to fly the mouse and keyboard. God, I miss flying. Yeah, to be fair, X-Plane had a great mouse flying experience. There's just box on the screen, you click there, move your mouse, and to be fair, if you, for example, want to train IFR flying using mostly autopilot, this is just enough. However, I'm not sure of the private messages. I'm sorry, I can't really go and see where it is. You can always ping on Discord or... well, I don't see it in the whispers. I am just confused. Sorry about that. I explained those other things right. Yeah, I really like Explain. It's very solid. I do see that the Flight Simulator and Explain, they do overlap, but they also have few areas that are completely separate to the other. In this, I'm just loading sim. Oh, I read that already. Okay. Think. It feels more realistic. Yeah, to be fair, after the experience with the Simic, I don't know what realistic is anymore, and now I wonder if I go to the real plane, if that actually feels realistic, if you know what I mean. Maybe the plane is doing a lot of things I simply haven't noticed and never thought about, but it's there. Alright, I will shut up the guitars, we'll get the music going. Alright, the music is going. I'll strap myself in, so I'll mute myself for a few seconds and I'll show you around. Also, have a look at the map, that's where we are now. I cut it into Robert's head, sorry Robert. Almost there, I put the birds to sleep. The birds are not real birds, they're actually from Stream Deck. I only have a cat at home and she's probably now sleeping behind the green screen. That's her favorite place. Rotate Design, thank you for the sub. 2 months in a row. Fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying. Also, remember, you can play the sounds with beats or channel points. Just go to the channel points, which are called meows, and you can use your meows to play the meows in the meows. That's the wrong button. Now it's better. Use your meows to play the meows in the meows. Exactly, this is how we roll. Meow. I think you got it now. It's fairly easy to understand. If you're a cat, of course. I need to lock my key, lock my wheels. My chair I'm sitting on has a lockable caster wheels, so I lock them and then I can use them a rudder and yoke safely. Remember, you can clip anything funny and make me laugh when I see the statistics after stream and all ton of clips created. Has FSS made any changes that you recommend from the last stream? They haven't made any changes, but that is because I let them know today morning about the 2 issues I found that are most burning for me. And 2, they're a company, so the release process is, I think, maybe a bit slower than everyone else. I feel that's how they work. Office work, process, release rare, so I think it turns a while to get the gears turning. So I am absolutely fine with that. I like to have everything out straight away, but you know, that's not how it works. And also it's a good idea to test everything before you roll it out. Now I have a weird urge to climb at 225 to Innsbruck's. Getting a controller from my brother's room and I can play with this. Yeah, of course. It's actually a good challenge I can recommend. Remember that RC remote controlled planes are flown with something resembling a controller, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Also, I changed the sidechain decking a bit, so now I'm talking the music is way quieter than it used to be. I hope it sounds okay. all as long as they are aware. Post the screenshots of my landings. Neat looking plane. Thoughts of our Brazil Tango. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, the last stream I think I got a bit surprised by maybe 2 issues. So thoughts. I made a list. I made 2 lists. Thoughts so far are the 3D model is fantastic. That's a fact. The textures are great. If you zoom in on some areas, maybe you'll see something slightly off, but I see here everyone's cook 757, swimsuit time. We're gonna swimland. I see dragons this second. Welcome, welcome. So, 3D model is great. Cockpit is modeled also really great. If you look here, that is very neat. Yeah, really well done. Looks like a factory new plane, so it has some scratches and things here and there, but feels like factory new, which is okay. I like it. All the textures, yeah, fantastic. So this feels very immersive. Also the switches. Look, here, I mean. That sounds nice. Actually, it resembles me of the sound it makes in real life. Sometimes you're also spoiled when it comes to add-ons. Yeah, and the level is a bit uneven and well, it's hard to adjust my head. It's using the Garmin from working title with the custom engine screen, which is a great choice because if working title delivers something fantastic, if you put it in your plane, that bumps the value of the plane for me. And it also looks very good in this place because, well, this cockpit has been designed for the Garmin, so it looks... This feels better for me than the default Bonanza or default Kinger. Default Bonanza and Kinger and Baron. This G1000 totally does not belong here. Here it belongs. That's great. All the circuit breakers are modeled. Although there are... Well, they don't work exactly as in real plane. Not all of them, at least. That's what I want to say, but they're all here. So at least that's good. Yoke is looking really cool, although I think the rotation angle is a bit higher. I think in the real plane it goes 90 degrees. To be honest, I don't remember from top of my head. Last time I flew this aircraft 3 years ago, and I have between 30 and 40 hours in this aircraft in my multi-engine and IFR training. Working title really did a great job, that is true. And when I was flying the planes, so first I flew the smaller Tecnam 2002, we had only a GTN 430, so the small, no sorry, we had, yeah, GTN 650, the touch screen, but the small one. And well, there is a Garmin trainer app, but it's a pain to use because it's just standalone Garmin, so well, how can you fly it? So I struggled with that Garmin because it was new to me. I had to learn it in a live plane, and really it was a struggle for me, and I am a technical person. And when you're flying a live plane and you have to focus on your flying and on the Garmin, it's a bit too much. Same thing with the Garmin. Hey Kalila, welcome, welcome. Reminds me of the shoutouts. Let's see. Well, shout out Rodate, our designer friend who's doing a lot of liveries, and he's great at it. I really like your work and enjoy flying your liveries. I know you're not streaming, but hey. You can at least put a nice banner on your page and links to your pages. Good idea. I'll try to remember about everyone else. Morning, I'm at work, so I'll be lurking. You know how it is. Yeah, I know. It's Twitch radio. Also, I'm still going out of the cold, so my voice are shaded. Thanks. Yeah, right. I still have no clue where your design thing is going, but I'm here to help. And your creations have been great so far. I've been saying. Then I moved to flying this plane. No, sorry. We had... Let me start over. First plane I flew with the glass cockpit, we had a Garmin 500, I believe. It looks just like one screen of Garmin 1000 cut in half, and that makes it 2 screens. Something like that. So So I struggled with that a bit. Then I moved to, and we had on top of that the GTN 650. So I struggled with both of them. Then I flew another plane which had only for advisor navigation the GNS 430. I struggled a bit with that, but that was no issue. And then I moved to G1000 and struggled with that again because I've been learning it on the live plane and there was no trainer from Garmin. But there was in fact a decent implementation in the X-Plane, which I didn't use because I was too busy. GTN 650 is my dream unit. And that's the small one. 750 is the big one, 650 is the small one. And I really like the small ones. To be honest, everyone in the Sims wants to use the bigger one, which is somewhat unrealistic because the bigger one is way more expensive. So usually you will find the smaller one. And it's better to learn the smaller one and then move to the bigger one. So having this G1000 in the sim, it's a huge advantage if you learn it here. Of course, they slightly differ from the real thing, but at least you will get the philosophy right, you know where the buttons are, things like that. So I cannot stress it more that training this in the sim is a huge lifetime and money saver for you. Yeah, knowing the 650, you know the 750, but knowing the 750, you might find yourself a bit lost in the 650. Also, I have a question. When I'm talking, the music gets a bit quieter. Is it still audible? Does it sound okay? Or is it too quiet when I talk? I don't mind the bigger, nicer one in the sim. Yeah, of course. Alright, so that's about the plane. And they also did this tablet, which is great. They also did the checklist. Now, my small complaint is I would like to get this checklist hidden here because, well, it's obscuring the view in either position. I would also like to be able to get rid of the tablet, but that's a minor thing. They did a very nice pre-flight thing, so we'll prepare it for parking. Now we'll see that we have... Oh, I didn't... Music is fine, it's good that it's Vex ASMR voice. Yeah, it's good. Actually, I feel better today. I must have contracted through Twitch, watching 10 and Icy and PH Depot. I don't have it. Also, in Reggio Calabria, in Italy, because it's an Italian plane, but I learned that their factory airport is super small, tiny grass airstrip, so we didn't go there. And I have this map for you. I hope it's fine. Looks pretty cool actually. It's just a grab from Navigraph that I have running in the Firefox. And yeah, I forgotten. So that's our Volanta. We are here in Reggio Calabria at the tip of the boot. I see, shall I do the thing? Oh no, you don't know. Never mind. And the data in the top relay is coming from Volanta. I really like this Volanta feature, it's super cool. Aaron, welcome, welcome, very nice to see you, Aaron. I hope you had a good flight with the 10. Do the thing, alright. Does it stall? It does, but the real plane doesn't stall very aggressively, it just starts sinking. The real plane is, unless you do accelerated stall, if you just enter the stall, try to enter the stall very gently, the plane will just sink. It's a very cool plane. Alright, welcome to Calabria. I will not do the thing. I am a bit stressed out. So, there's also a pre-flight feature, so I'll bring you through that. Some systems are, well, because I saw all the systems being in place and I can actually touch them, I straight ahead expected them to work. And because it feels so immersive, I wanted them to work. And anyhow, I think if you're flying this plane in real life or training on this plane, I think this will save you a lot of time, sweat, effort and money. Because if you can train your procedures, even on a plane sitting like here that is not turned on, and just looking around, remembering, okay, reading the checklist and remembering where you need to reach your hand. That is super helpful. I have been very lacking this thing when I was learning myself. So I think I cannot stress how important that is and how life-saving that could be for you. Because if you can spend hours sitting at home and just seeing where we need to reach. Just remember to maybe move with your mouse, but okay, I think I can recommend, do not move your camera position like that to reach something, because it will mess up your spatial awareness. Try to stay in one place, just look around and reach there. I know it's not super comfortable, but that's what you will see. Now remember, okay, I need to reach my right hand to the right, and here's the thing I need to touch. That's super nice. I found a lot of minor things that it would be nice to correct. I found some few smaller things that should be corrected, and at least two big things that are really breaking it for me now. But they also went out of themselves and implemented, for example, the emergency gear extension, so we can operate that. And that's actually pretty cool. And to be honest, when I was flying the plane, I read the checklist, but because I've never tried it, I wasn't fully confident. If you don't know what I'm talking about, is that we are human beings, we have this emergency checklist, right? And in basically most of the fields, except for aviation, what you do is you just remember those things. Oh, they're not here. I used to have them on my checklist. So there is, imagine there is, actually I can show you. They actually created a pretty nice documentation. Has F15 with the rate of 14 viewers. Welcome. How's your stream? Raid. What's up, Vex? Autori, bro. Jolly Tango. Hey, Riders. I hope you had a good day. I quite enjoyed your stream and the Kinger. That was super fun. So we're in this plane. I need to start over again, do I? So the 3D model is fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. It's great. Well, the fidelity is really nice. All the details are there. Few details are slightly wrong or exceptionally wrong. Like, for example, the fuel caps look a little different. There's a thing to open. This door here, sleek. Yeah, it looks really good. The PBR, the surface. I mean, it's so immersive that I think I lost track of it last time and forgot this is a simple and not the real one. And I also the heck is not working. The absolute heresy is the props. So as you can see, the props are mirrored. So if you try to guess by looking at the prop which way they are turning, you are out of luck because this is wrong here. Also the texturing, well, it's basically the same reason. The leading edge strip here is on the leading edge here, but actually on the trailing edge here. So that's a modeling issue. I believe it can be fixed. Few other small details that I found on the plane. Other than that, yeah, a lot of details are actually here. So you can actually learn to do the walk around in this plane without having the grill on plane. Yo, now this is, I would give it Captain Custer luck. Hey Firebird, very nice to see you. Ivans is here with the cat. Noise. Actually, I've learned my cat sleeps behind the green screen over there during the stream. It's during this part of the day. Now she sleeps there on the couch. Couch. I know, English is hard. Yep, been here. And we are in Reggio, Calabria, South Italy, at the very tip of the boot. That's where we are. In here, done that. Also for the pre-flights, they have the tie downs. Also there is a missing tie down on the nose wheel and missing tie down on the tail. But to be fair, most of the times, well, if you want to secure aircraft, the two are 100% better than 0 tie downs. The 4 are 50%, well, 10% better than 2. So it's not a huge deal. That's how you do it. Sticky Morty, welcome, very nice to see you. English is so hard. It is. Why do you read red as lead and not lead? Explain that. I have no idea. I'll type it for you. Why? Wait. Why do you read red as lead and not lead? Why? Why? Goose, lose, choose, chose. It's confusing. Anyway, there's a ton of English words that I still do not know and mess up all the time. Here's Robert waiting for us patiently, and you can see that his ID has been conveniently blurred, so we cannot copy it. Yep. I think I should give some prizes for creating clips. I want more clips. Now, of course, if you want, not an order, but I enjoy clipping other people, and I spend a lot of time doing that. All those decals, yeah, okay. Pita covers, wheel chokes, live versus live, or live versus live. Ah. Rap drilling tangle, jamming in the train. Yeah, I know how we got there, so it's okay. It's just sometimes it's confusing. Or blabbing and blubbering sounds way too similar to me, and I made a mistake of using probably the wrong one yesterday. As a stream, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just again the internet. Whatever I say may be wrong. If you need to rely on my information, please check it in the books, regulations, ask your CFI, you'll be golden. Anyways, just try to look for the information yourself. I do that all the time. I spent last evening digging through the manuals for the aircraft, the Garmin, and the Rotax. Okay, so that's about it, and I think you can actually learn the walk around here. Even if some detail is missing, at least someone can show you where to look for. And believe me, in many places going out to the aircraft, it's not straightforward. Or I used to fly, we had to go through the security control, so it was a bit of a pain to go to see the aircraft. Shakespeare created English, didn't he? Ask him. I think there were a ton of people adding to the English after Shakespeare. So, that's it. I think there are two deal breakers for me now, which I believe can be fixed fairly easily. And there's also a ton of details that are slightly wrong, and I believe they can be fixed. And if they are, this will be really steady level. But we are not there yet, but what we have is quite nice. So see, decide for yourself. Okay, next feature we did, they on the checklist, they FSS, Flight Sim Studios, our good Swiss friends from Puzzle. Okay, you have this pre-flight here, and I'm not sure if this is in any other aircraft. I believe seeing it, someone doing that, but I've never tried it myself, so that's the first time I'm using something like that. The way it works, maybe when I saw someone else doing that, they went to click and I didn't know how to do that, so I'll stress it. The way to do that is, you go to the tablet, you go to the pre-flight, and here you have all the stations where you need to go. Now, in the sim, you can actually go there and have everything clickable, and to do that, you have to highlight and hover over the card and click it. will do it very slowly so that you can see. There's the mouse over here. You have to click it. Alright, so go here and you don't know what to do. Cool, so now I click the reset button. I have my reset button on the middle wheel, so on the mouse, so I just click it. I also have it on the alpha, so I can click it there. You have to move to the side again, and let's see what we need to check. Here is the paperwork. So center of gravity checked and limit, fuel. Okay. Fuel checked, flaps checked, flight controls checked, indication checked. We haven't done that yet. I'll just show you how this jumps around. We click on the card and it brings you to the station where you should go. And now things on the outside are clickable. The prop is clickable. The chokes are clickable. So I'll remove the chokes and tie downs. Also, one thing that I'm absolutely impressed with, usually when planes have tie downs, they just go straight into the concrete or the asphalt or whatever happens to be here. That's not great. You need some hook to actually be there. You can move the prop, yes, and it's part of the profile procedure. Although I think it's not exactly correct, but it being there is still great. I'll explain that in a moment. Modding is lovely. It is, except for the huge heresy with the prop. But I've made my mind. I can accept the prop if every single tiny detail I find will be brought to in line with real life, like the whole electrical system and everything. I don't think this is gonna happen, but this is doable, and that's exciting. That's doable. Also look, this air intake here with this grid inside. This is a bit lower resolution here, but yeah, it's okay. The old filters, it stands out because it's lower fidelity, but that's just tiny detail. All the rivets look great. This strip here that induces turbulent airflow over the wing to delay the stall. The LED lights, small details make the simmer happy. Yes, but the thing is, there are all the small details and a lot of them are slightly wrong in some way, which just breaks my mind because it's so good, but then it's slightly bad, and like, I want it to be perfect. It's just out of reach. It's there. I can't touch it. So the tie downs. Not only is the line for the tie downs actually what we have. There is this thing to tighten it, like you have on the tracks. But there are blocks. There are actual concrete blocks. So that's more or less what you would see, or you see somewhere. It's like a sidewalk concrete block with a hook and the strap on, and the tie down hooked here. So that's just fantastic. I'm sure they will fix it. Did you report them? So I reported. Oh, I asked them if they have any official backtracker. They said to send this on the email. Now, if I send this on the email, I want to be sure about the information I'm sending. I made a huge list, so let me open it. Hang on for a moment. It will take probably 2 hours. Now a bit shorter. I forgot to open the program. Actually, it was running a bit late today, and also the Discord notification was a bit late. My Discord is here. If you have any questions, you can ask me there or anywhere else when you see me. I'm always happy to help if I see what you wrote. Sometimes I miss it, so please reach out again. It's not that I'm ignoring you, it's just I legit missed it, or more likely forgot to reply. That happens, I'm sorry. I'm looking, checking all my folders. Wait, it's the wrong drive. I have looked through all the records, checked all the files, all the folders, and I have remembered them that I am always asking for opinion. Yeah, please write in chat every time you want to say something. I am happy to hear what you think about anything. Okay, let me think. I have this on the C drive. When I'm talking about something else, it's super difficult. Yeah, now distract me. It's actually gonna take 2 hours. P projects. So you don't see my username. Tecnam. There we go. And we have FSS Tecnam notes and FSS Tecnam from the last time. So if you remember last time I started creating a list, because if I don't, it will slip my mind. That's not what we want to do. Chewy is there. Sheesh. Okay, so I made the two lists. I think it's the time I can merge them. So let me do that. Oh, something happened. That's incredible. Look, there is a notepad. It has tabs. What year is it? What year is it? Mark this in your calendars. The Windows notepad has tabs. This is... What happened? Chewy, welcome. You woke up. I woke up today, so Chewy. It turned out it was actually not that late. It was only 2 AM. Chewy playing Arma, trying to recover the island for us. Well done, Chewy. We do appreciate your efforts for virtual homeland security. Potential for loudness. I don't understand it. Oh, it's loud. Is it loud? It shouldn't be that loud. It used to be louder, I think. Let me see myself. Sorry, I have to do that. Cover your ears. Everyone cover your ears. What? Which one was that? I don't actually know. Danger? No. Danger.
Danger, master, danger.
No, it's not this one. I don't even know. Eat that zombie, welcome. Alright, if anything is too loud, please let me know, but please make it in a way so that I understand. Okay, you're joking. Potential problems by calling your air horn. I'm a bit out of my element. So, here's the list I made last time. I don't want to say lazy. I know it disappeared. It will pop back. Okay. Also, is the stream title correct? Correct. What is the stream title? It's correct. Cool. I am totally out of my mind. I have been having a bit of a cold. I think that's it. Man, I got destroyed. In the island, not by the air horn, I hope. I legit mess up things when reading now, and I have concerns for all of you. So, that's a new list. Here's the list we made last time on the stream. So, we are checking out the Tecnam P2006 Mark II, which is also known as the NXI. I'll explain you why. So it's unofficially known in the marketing as Mark II, but in the manual they call it NXI. The NXI because it's Garmin NXI, next X-ray iteration. No, it's next generation, whatever. It's a newer Garmin. I found Sim Studios from Switzerland, Basel, I believe, version 100. I think that's the number I got in Eurosoft. It costs $35 before tax on Eurosoft. That's the only place where it is at the moment. But in my place, we pay 23% VAT, so it was $33 for me. I have 30 to 40 hours, between 30 and 48. I didn't pull up my logbook on Tecnam's Mark 1 and 2 in real life in my multi-engine land and instrument rating multi-engine trainings. I only flew the plane with instructor in the left seat. I have never flew it alone because it's a trainer, but I've been there. I don't know everything about the plane, but I think I have pretty good knowledge about the detail. If there is something that I don't know, I know where to look for. The manuals are there. I'm taking notes. I'll send this feedback to FSS at their support, but before I do that, I want to make sure that all the information provided is correct, and as you can see, there is a ton of question marks. So I am planning to review this during the weekend and then send it. The two most burning issues I think I said send. So yeah, there are all the things that I covered last time. I think most of them are, to be honest, tiny details, and there's a lot of things that I really like, a few that I actually like, and it's nice. And it seems very FPS friendly. I have seen other people reporting that it's FPS friendly. Did that zombie with the lurk or unlurk? I don't know. Hello again. I know I read this before. I will try to highlight this one. Okay, last time was a bit chaotic because that was the first time I actually checked out the plane. So there's a ton of things. I also made a new list. I found all the manuals that I can find, except for this one, which is on some dodgy sites. So please be careful. And one thing that I found out that I love is when you are on parking brakes and you apply full power, the plane starts rolling, which is absolutely what you expect. If I would be deaf, I would be very thankful for someone sending me such a detailed bug report. Well, I think you're not a deaf. It can be overwhelming, and the problem is you never know who you are dealing with. And it's a bit hit or miss, you know. Some people can be very loud and not give you valuable information, and some people can be quiet and actually know what they're doing. And some people will report things without much reference, and yeah. So that's why I'm trying to compile it, and again, I think they will ask for the reference, which everything is in the manuals, but I can find later. Facts. Yeah, it's just, you know how to go about it. Okay, I need to do two things. I need to increase my heating in the room because it's getting colder, and I need to get some drink because my throat is running dry. I will leave you with... I'll leave the plane. I'm not taking my headset with me, so knock yourselves out. I'll be back in a before you can say blueberry pancake. All right, hang on there. Whoa, hover with the paragraph. Hover, you're amazing. And the BRB is gone. I just had to, yeah. I'll strap in again. You're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Do I? I do. A full commitment, but I'm thinking if you wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling, that to make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Yeah, you got it. You asked, you got it. I've been rickrolled. We've been rickrolled. Everyone back up. Erase, rewind, delete. Oh, we cannot do this live. Oops. Oops. We have been rickrolled. Thank you, Ever. That's very nice of you. I enjoyed it. We have embraced the true spirit of Icy and Harvard. Right. I am drinking orange juice, which is a bit see-through. Don't worry about that. The grind schools are exhausting for the throat. I had no idea. Rickrolled. I hope no one clipped it. It would be a shame if there was saw that and it would stay in the internet forever. I don't know what I would do. Probably enjoy it. Okay. So I have those lists. I think I will just, because I remembered most of that, I'll just show you as we go. Also, there are a lot of typos because there is no spell check, which I actually like. So the power is a bit slow for one. Don't worry about it. I've got the list. I'll work on it during the weekend. It's gonna be great. They have put a comprehensive documentation here, which is nice. There are no abnormal procedures and stuff, but it's a-okay. Also, if you have problems starting the aircraft on the realistic mode, they somewhat explain how to do it, and there is a video. Lurk, see you later, and Elrond. Have a good break, whatever you're doing. Ice Dragons wasn't there here, so someone had to do it. Yep. So decks are there. They're online, so that's cool because they can update it anytime and don't wait for the release or whatever. That's actually pretty clever. I still don't know if I would like PDF or this, but yeah, it's good for what it's worth. That's a good idea. Right, let's get what you were waiting for. 55 minutes. Oh god. Right, we'll do it. So you come to the aircraft. It looks like that, except yeah, the chocks are still there. And you open those doors. There's a keyhole here. You can. Usually it's not closed, so you just open it. You go inside, and before I forget, there's first thing we need to do. Pop out the starter relay. Relay starter, circuit breaker, starter relay. This means this means that there's one more broken circuit to the starter. So this makes the chances of engine starting unexpectedly even lower. Let's just do it first thing so we do not forget. Next thing I like to do, well, of course we do the CG check actually before the flies. Vexroll, thank you, however. Chewy has this thing that and every clip is posted in Discord. I will need to set this up. So during the briefing, before just going out here, we checked the CG, calculated everything. Now we need to check the fuel and check the lights and the gear indication and the flaps. Okay, so the way we do that, we flip on the master, and okay, there is this noise. I now know what it is. It's actually some cooling inside of the Garmin. I was very confused yesterday, now I remember. So only one Garmin powers up, and we see, okay, there is half tank fuel. So depending on what you need, you will need to tank more fuel or get rid of it. I have never gotten rid of it. The gear is down, shows 3 green, the flaps shows up, and the flaps is up. So that is done. Next thing you want to do, you want to check all the exterior lights. But if you'll notice now, not all lights are shining. And the reason for that is because some of them are not on the battery bus, they're on the left or right bus. The buses have different names throughout the manual. So I will turn on the cross bus. So now the battery is also feeding the left and right bus. I go out, I quickly run around the aircraft, like I seriously run around it, and I see shining, so taxi, landing, shining. There is a position light and a strobe. These are actually, I think there are LEDs here. In the other one, it was like a single light bulb, I believe. Now, the one problem here is that the navigational light only shows when you zoom out. So that's one small issue that I have on my list. If you zoom in, it's not actually, oh, it's actually showing up, but not very readable. You go back, here's the tail position light, which again, if you go close, it doesn't show up. If you go super far, now it's showing. And same for the strobe, which should be on the tail fin. It looks like this aircraft doesn't have it. Okay, so no, it does. No, it doesn't. No, it's here, the strobe. Let's check if I had them on. I have them on. So, if you zoom far enough, this strobe will be showing. So that's a small issue that I have on my list. And similar on the left side, the strobe is there, the position light is there. It's a good idea to check it because it might not be working. It still doesn't mean you cannot fly, but it's better to know than not to know. See, now the strobe is showing. If I zoom in, strobe is like something's off. That's a small issue with the plane. Okay, this is done. I can get all the lights off, shut this down, cross bus off, master off. Cool. Also, this backup instrument will ask you if you want to keep it on. I want to turn it off, so let's turn it off. It's actually hot wire to the battery. So when it sees that the master is off, it asks you, gives you 1 minute. Okay, then we do the pre-flight, and CG is checked, fuel, we checked. Actually, we don't do the pre-flight now. We need to tank the aircraft. So you get yourself a ladder, you push the aircraft to the fuel station, or you drive your fuel station just in front of it, or you get the canisters and run back and forth. Get yourself a ladder. There is a fuel cap here. If you are fueling with the canisters, well, there's really no way to ground it. If you're fueling with the fuel station, you have this pistol, tanking pistol. Before you do that, you need to ground the aircraft. So if any electricity wants to jump between the aircraft and the ground, the aircraft has rubber tires, so you know it's preventing the electricity to jump. You want this to do now and rather on a metal cable than through the fuel. That would be very unfortunate. So the fuel station will have like a metal cable with a clip on the end, and you clip it. The best place to clip it is nose wheel fork, some sturdy metal element. I usually like to do this on the landing gear because that's probably the best place to do that. Then climb on the ladder, open the tank it. You have to check visually. We 99% of the time get full tanks because then we know how long it will fly. Also remember that the fuel indicators in planes are just for fun. They only work when they are full or empty, and even that's not guaranteed. Now, they more or less show correct value, but they can be super misleading. So what we usually do is we time and multiply this by our fuel consumption. You do the same on the other side. Here's the fuel cap, and you're done. So fuel is done. Now, next thing I do is I do the things with the engines. So the engines, they have oil tank here. And there's like a screw that you need to press, rotate 90 degrees with your thumb, and then it pops out. The screw itself is locked and it's spring-loaded. It's not modeled here, so that's a super small tiny detail that I would like to see. Also, there are decals on the or on near the fuel caps telling you what fuel to use. Yeah. Now we know about this. You go here and you open this door. There's a oil cap. Of course, it is not a very convenient place, because why aircraft would have any critical engine thing in a very convenient and accessible place and not require gymnastics and equilibristics for mere mechanics and pilot? Absolutely impossible. The aircraft has to have it in some crazy way. So you have to get your hands on there somewhere, rotate the cap, get it out, try to not lose it. It's not very sharp, it's very blunt, so it's not the easiest thing in the world to hold, and also it's metal. So trying to lose it, I always place it here on the wing so I can see it, and it will probably not go very far unless it's super windy, but that never happened. Is this fun? I hope it's making sense and you like it. If you have any questions, please shout. Otherwise I'll just continue. So you do that. You can start left or right engine, doesn't really matter, whichever is more convenient for you. And then we have this pre-flight thing here. So I need to go to the tablet, check the correct station that says prop. I click here and now we can see it. Also one of the first things I would get rid of the... So when I'm running around the aircraft, I also take the chokes and the pitot covers, because otherwise I'll forget later. that's how I roll. So let me get those pitot covers and pretend we didn't forget about this previously. It totally didn't just notice and not forget it before. I always did. No, I always forget. I have never taken off with the pitot cover, or even worse, the towing fork. So when you're towing aircraft on the ground, there is this metal thing that you can attach to the nose wheel, so you can actually pull it. And there have been cases of people taking off with that. So best good advice: never ever leave it on the tail, on the nose wheel, unless you are touching it. If you go away, just take it off. Okay, so we took all those parts, and the tie downs, they go somewhere. They are not in the aircraft, but the wheel chokes go here. There is a net in the baggage area, so all these things should be under the net, so they do not fly around the cabin. That's a good advice. It's not modeled, but it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, we did that before. We went here. We just went on the ladder, opened the door, got the fuel cap, got the oil cap and placed it on the wing. It's actually here, so it doesn't fall off. It's not here in the sim, but that's where I put it. I move my ladder a bit back, and the turning begins. So we need to turn the prop in the direction of movement only. Never ever turn it in the other way. The prop is modeled a bit incorrectly, so that's super misleading, but it's a Western aircraft. It's rotating. It's rotating clockwise as viewed from the back. That's how we call it. So it's rotating this way. I also like to call it to the right, which is the right way to rotate. You get the drill. So we go here and you need to turn it a lot. Now, this procedure will end in air being released to the oil tank. And the only, okay, I try to investigate that because I never questioned it. It's in the pre-flight, I always did it. When the engine was cold, and it's usually first flight of the day, I never thought why we are doing that. And as far as I managed to find out in the manuals and asking other people, the only reason is to get accurate measurement of the oil level. Because now the oil has drained and is somewhere in the engine, and we need to... Or maybe the other way around, maybe the oil has drained and it's now in the fuel tank and it will read too high. I'm not 100% sure now when I talked about it, because the air is released there. It means it's actually taking the oil from the tank. So maybe it will overrate or underrate. Never mind. It will read wrong unless you do that. So it seems the only purpose of this procedure is to get accurate oil reading. And as far as I managed to ask, and there is no warning in the instruction that this is absolutely critical, and there's a ton of warnings that you have to do that or it will be a bad day. So it seems the only purpose of this procedure is to get accurate oil measurement. The other purpose is to check if the prop is rotating. So you should check if it feels smooth, if there is no unnecessary roughness. This is a bit strange because the compression you have to get, and there's a gearbox in the engine, it feels a bit rough anyway, and it's very hard to turn this prop. It really requires some force. Also, this is very tall, so my head is somewhere just below here. I'm not sure if I can hit my head on the wing, but I'm not super tall. So this is how it works. I need to turn it a lot, and I think there's a technique to do it more efficiently, so we have to do less turns. If it's very cold, it might not even do the sound when the air is going back. If you do it wrong, you probably need more time. If it's cold, you probably need more time. That's how it works. I always count the half turns, and that's actually what happens here. Look, we do half turns. So I click the prop and it moves halfway. Now I have to go to the other side, grab it and move it. Now it did that, you heard the noise, and as far as I am aware, in real life, when it starts burping, you can leave it like that and it will just get all the air out, and it's done. Or if you forgot, you move it 2 more times and then you will burp more aggressively. But for some reason, the way it's implemented here is that you need now to turn it few more times, and only then it will do it for the second time. So I think, as far as I managed to find, and as far as I'm aware, and as far as I remember from my flying, that you do it only one time. Okay, it did the second time, so we now have satisfied the software. This is gone. Yeah, we haven't completed it. Wait. So now I get my ladder closer. Get up. Okay, there's a dipstick there in the oil tank. So you get this dipstick out, it's all covered in oil, like totally wasted, it's all in oil. You need some cloth or paper to rub it. And I told you that my airport required a security check before you went out. So if you happen to forget a cloth, you are out of luck. And my recipe for that is I just clean the dipstick with my fingers, and then I have oil on my fingers and there's no cloth. So you can just clean your fingers on your sock. That's what I do. My socks are black always, so it doesn't show up. There's the least probability I will get something dirty. So that's how I do it. If I don't have a towel or cloth or anything because I was a dummy and forgot to bring it, I will use the side of my socks. That's what I found out. Or I wonder if you have any better ideas. You get the dipstick. It's clean now. You put it in, you put it out, and there's a scale. It has to be between min and max. That's all. And you do it before the flight. Put the dipstick back, put the oil cap in, close the door, and there is another door. And this is specific to the Rotax engine that we have here. See this small door here? You open it, and this aircraft, well, this engine, the Rotax 912S3, Rotax 91203, has a very peculiar cooling system. There is a coolant-based cooling system, and it has, so I think this is, I'm not sure, but I think this is the reason why you see two air intakes here. One is for cooling the oil, the other is for cooling the coolant. Cooling the coolant, so it's cool as it can be and as cool as it should be, but not cooler than that, because it's cool. You got it. You open this, and there's another metal cap that is super hard to get your hands because it's just under there. So the door is here, the cap is somewhere there. You have to put your hand there. It's gymnastics. It's not very easy to unscrew. You get it out, you open it, and the only thing you need to do, oh, you don't know what you're opening. You're opening a small metal tank. It's like this big, and this is coolant expansion tank. There's also coolant tank. It's just a plastic bottle. Well, it's aviation grade special high fidelity plastic bottle that has a coolant. It's see-through, and there's a line. It says the coolant should be at least to this level or higher. You have a look there. Well, you cannot see it here in this engine, so that mechanics do that during the inspection. They get all the screws out. It takes them a lot of time. So thank you for your hard work. It is appreciated, and Yeah, it's a bit weird design. I think I have put you all to sleep. Or maybe I'm so clear you have absolutely no questions. Sounds pretty good actually. So, you get this expansion tank, coolant expansion tank, get the cap out, and you need to look if the coolant is sitting there. So what you should see, if there is a neck of the tank, and there should be coolant there. You see, it's there. Cool. Put the cap back in, make sure it's fitting properly, twist it so it's locked, and you're done. You close it again. I think there is this screw that you rotate 19 degrees to open it. That's pretty much it. This engine is done. You get your ladder, walk to the other side, and we need to do the other engine. Same story. Put the ladder. Now it's on the other side, so you have to squeeze yourselves here. I'm sitting at work and I'm very much enjoying it. Cool, thank you, Ivanas. I appreciate all feedback. Good feedback, bad feedback, very bad feedback, very good feedback, neutral feedback. I found out that many people are not expressing anything, so if one person gives me some negative feedback, that probably means there's at least 10 other people that have the same opinion. So I do take it seriously and act on that. For example, that's how we got the map, because one person was confused where we are. Okay, same story, but this one is a bit more difficult. You cannot get your ladder here because there's a prop in the way, so normally I would just turn the prop so it's in a better suited position. Get my ladder here, get up, open this cover, get the fuel, get the oil cap up. I'm messing up my words sometimes, sorry. Get back down, get the ladder off, and start turning. And when you're doing this in November and it's cold, it's not very pleasant because you're in warm clothes, and now you're getting all warm and you're feeling too warm and everything is running crazy. The dead zombie with the popcorns. Oh. So, same story, and again, the only purpose for that is to check the prop movement, but you can do it in 2 revolutions. And also those stickers and these placards, they are actually here. It's just the prop is mirrored in the wrong way. Could have been worse. And yes, there's a ton of screws everywhere here. The mechanics are having a hard time on this aircraft. So I think when I was counting, well, that was 3 years ago, so I don't remember very well, but I think that was about 30 half revolutions. It is quite an exercise. It's not very extreme, but a bit not the thing you want before the flight with the instructor that you need to stress about, and now your heart is pumping. And we did one time. Normally in real life I would just stop here, let it do the thing and continue, but here for some reason we need to do it twice. Again, I'm not sure where this came from. Maybe that was some misunderstanding of the written words, because we know English hard. And it really takes a lot of time. As he's dancing because he's getting cold. As we're in Italy, it's not cold. You can chill. Actually, the instructors, they're pretty clever. And anytime where it's not winter, you will see them in a very thick coats, so they can just stand around and look at you doing your thing. But they're nice, not shouting anything, just waiting. Yeah, the emote is cool. My emotes are still on the to-do list. I'm not trying to stress about it. I think there were other more important things, but we'll get there. Oh, my neck is feeling a bit better than the last time. And sometimes you get lost in your house and you don't know you heard the murmur. The instructions calls it murmur. So you don't know if you heard it or you missed it or forgot or it's too loud. And remember, when it's very cold, you may not hear it because, I don't know, oil, viscosity, whatever, physics. Nobody knows. Just few equations and welcome. Here we go. As I told you about this sidechain decking, so now see, when I'm talking the music is super quiet, and when I stop, ta-da! But it feels so natural, it's really hard to notice unless I tell you, or you know about it. Have we done it? Because it's absolutely crucial to satisfy the software. So that's the situation I've found myself in a few times. I'm doing this and I wonder, has it happened yet or have I missed it? So at some point, that's the reason why I started counting. At some point around 50 half revolutions, I just give up. I go up there, take the dipstick out, clean it, put it in, check the oil level, replenish the oil if needed. We almost always have the oil bottle in the rear area in the cockpit. Well, basically somewhere under the net, or actually, please bear with me, I'm not great at moving around the cockpit. I'm always worried about flying. We'll usually have it here in the back pocket. Either this or this. It's like a half-liter oil bottle, or maybe some other freedom unit. So you can replenish it. Now the tank is positioned in the most awkward position it can be, and it's very deep, so you cannot put the side of the bottle and just pass it. No, you have to be very skilled bartender, and you just have to floating in the air, standing on the ladder, in the wind, all the fancy Boeings flying around, and have to aim perfectly and put it there. Well, truth be told, I have spilled I have spilled few drops here and there. Never caused any issues, but should be careful. Yeah, super skilled bartender just hit it there perfectly inside this neck of the oil tank, which is pretty small. Replenish it a bit, and that's it. If you replenish it, you actually don't measure it again because the oil is not distributed, so you don't really know. But there should be a scale on the dipstick, and you can actually tell how much you need to replenish. And the bottles on the side, they have a see-through. Well, there's a label on the bottle, and there's a gap between the labels, and there's actually a scale, so we can see. Okay, now it's this much. I need this much oil, so I need to get it still there. That's pretty clever. You do that. Put the dipstick back. Also try to not put the actually need to do it all over this. Welcome, I see. We have been recrawled by Hover. He did the thing, and I did the thing. Actually. Yes, Hover. Wait, Alright. My chat did a strange thing. Here's tried to Hover for the clipping. He's been the director of that. Okay. Put the cap back in, close the door, and you move to the coolant expansion tanks. Same story. Open the door, try to crawl your hand in, open the coolant expansion tank, see if there is coolant. It always is there, but you have to check because it's aviation. Close the cap, close the door, you're done. Engines are done, you can get the ladder back. We either have a small portable plastic ladder that lives in the back of the aircraft, or we have a bigger one that lives next to the fuel station, which is basically a truck. Someone had to. Yes, however, this life, someone has to do it. Not easy. And one thing I forgot before, I just didn't click it, but I said it. We had to get those tie downs back. So to get them off, okay, there are tie downs in this plane. To get rid of them, you click anywhere on the tie downs and they're gone. And there's also the other one. Now to get them back, I would think it would be nice to have a click spot here on this ring, which is used to put the tie down, but it's not here. But I think this would be a very nice addition to our fine collection of the pre-flight features. The only way that I found to do that so far, and I couldn't find it in these docs, in these online docs that they have put up, these ones. The only way to do that is to go to the tablet and click prepare for parking, but I'll try not to do that again. Okay, Then we go again. We have checked the lights when running around the aircraft and checking fuel. And we have checked the flaps and gear. Okay, so now we can do all the thing. I like to do the engines early because it takes a lot of time, and then I can just ease off and do my thing. So we start here. We have a look at the engine. We checked if everything inside look okay. I do crawl here and look inside the gear bay. We can kick on the gear on the. And here it makes a sound. You're actually kicking it or knocking to see if the air seems to be there. That's what we do. Of course, you inspect the leading edge, check if it's not dented, broken, or anything. Have a look at it. Okay, that's this station. So let's see. Here it says everything is done. I'll go to this station. On the wing, we check the aileron movement. Of course, before you do that, make sure the yoke is unlocked. And be very gentle about it. While you're doing that, one thing you also need to look at, there are those hinges, and the hinges work in a way that there are two metal plates with holes that are in line, and there is a metal pin going through them. You need to check that they are in good condition, there are no cracks there, the pin is there, the pin is correctly locked. It's basically, I think it's angled on one side, and there is like a thing to lock it on the other side. You have to look at that. Obviously, you are looking from below. So when you move the aileron up, you should more or less be able to see that, or walk a bit back, or move the aileron down. You more or less will be able to see that. See if it's moving freely. If also the well, there is a I don't know sorry, I don't know the word. The shaft driving the aileron. So look if that looks correct. You can't move the flaps, but I like to have a look here if all these connections are looking okay. Have a look here on the back of the engine. Sometimes there is a lot of oil here, so you could potentially clean the tap. Go crawl there under the gear bay. I'll try to show you that. But remember, my drone skills are a bit off. So, you need to crawl here. Have a look at the brakes, if the discs look okay, if the brake, what do you call it, brake blocks look okay. And the brake hose, that's the important thing. CMA nuts, or I don't know how to read that. Welcome, welcome, very nice to see you. I hope you're enjoying the content.
Wow.
Wow, it's pretty well. And this is molded pretty nicely. That's basically what it looks like. I'm just looking for any leaks, anything that looks odd. It's not like I know how it's constructed, but I look for anything that's odd and if the hoses are not leaking. Right. So this station here is done. Go back to the cockpit with the view reset button, because we're technically in the cockpit view. And this shows it's okay. Now we go to the back of the aircraft. And yeah, here what to do. Similar story. You have the stabilizer. It is not the elevator, because the elevator consists of two parts, the stabilizer and the moving, so the static stabilizer that's not moving, and the moving elevator. This is different. For some reason it doesn't move. You see it's moving. The whole plane is moving. There are no parts, it's just one moving part. So you can check that, of course, if your yoke is unlocked. And again, check this moving smoothly, check the internal connection, which is somewhere inside, check the hinges on this thing. I'll explain what this thing is. This thing is a combined trim tab and anti-balance tab, so it serves two purposes. I'll try to show you that. So the first purpose is normal trimming, so what you know. I'll move the trim now and you will see that it's actually moving. See, I'm moving the trim, it's moving. That's the one thing. We don't actually check it during pre-flight because it's a bit awkward to check. But it's supposed to do one more thing, which is not doing in the sim. And it's similar on the Piper Archers, I believe, and a lot of other aircraft. So when you move this up, Now, if you think the whole plane is moving, so whatever force the wind is doing here on the back, it's probably neutralizing that in the front. So you wouldn't feel too much pressure on the yoke. Now, the way to go around this is that when the elevator, well, when the stabilator moves up, the anti-balance tab automatically also deflects up, and this creates the force that we will feel on the elevator. When you move it down, it will move down. So this is not doing here. Also, I think the range of it going down is limited for some reason. It doesn't go more than here. However, I covered most of the last time, so you should know everything. Also, we broke the record. I think it was 5-hour streams for me. So you check that this bit is not animated as it should be. So I would love to see it corrected because it's such a tiny detail, such a nice tiny detail, and I think it should go down way more, like way more. Another thing, oh, and now we can do this in the pre-flight by clicking it here, and it will do it for you. Yay, that's perfect. And there's another thing that is listed on the pre-flight, which is, I think, is absolutely wrong. So the way the rudder works in the plane, you have three things that are hardwired together. You have the rudder, you have the nose wheel, and you have the pedals. So whenever you move the pedals in your cabin, this is hardwired to your nose wheel, and it will actually twist the nose wheel. And it's also hardwired to your rudder, so it will move the rudder. The problem with that is that because the aircraft is sitting firmly on the ground and there's a lot of friction between this nose wheel and the ground, you will not be able to do that. If you try to move it, you will most likely break some connections. So don't do that. You can only use the rudder pedals when the aircraft is rolling. Of course, in the sim, that's not simulated properly, so the nose wheel is not trying to move now, and the rudder is moving, which would not happen because I wouldn't be able to move the rudder pedals in the first place. For the reason I have explained, it is pretty much impossible. It is pretty much impossible to move the rudder by just using your hand. And now the pre-flight checklist says to check the rudder. I think what you want to check here is that try to move it gently and see that it's actually not moving, which means that the connections are not broken. The connections are actually here. And that's the only thing you can check about the rudder. Also, here at the end of the rudder, we have a trim tab for the rudder. I'll try to operate it. Oh, it actually doesn't move in this view. Anyway, you get the idea. So I think this is absolutely wrong because you can move it by your hand, but it's not supposed to do that. It's pretty much impossible. I mean, it is possible if you are super strong, but you will break the aircraft and you will not be flying today nor tomorrow. So I wouldn't do that. That's just my track IR. Okay. But anyway, even though it's wrong, I think that you can do this pre-flight is pretty amazing, and the prop twisting was something that I was really missing before. Now, I said it's slightly wrong, but I think it's really cool. It's great. And again, problem with the pre-flight is when you're in training, you can't really rehearse it because you need the real aircraft. So now that you can do this at home with the drone or using the stations, that's super nice. We go here, same story, check the... Okay, I check the wheel later. Check the flap connections, look at the hinges, check the aileron, look at the hinges, look at the connections. You also, every time, look at the aircraft surface. So you just, when you walk around, you just look at the surface, especially the important part. See if there are no dents or something clearly broken. Sometimes there are cracks, so you can ask if this is known, if this is okay. Like cracks on the paint, not cracks in actual metal. Let's make that clear. It's not cracks in actual metal. Sometimes the paint is just weared out, and for untrained eye like myself, it just looks like a crack, so I don't know. Okay, So we go here, this has been checked, we go back to the cockpit, we go to next station. 1.5 hours. I thought we'll be flying very soon today and I was totally off. Also one thing you can check when there is a stall warning here, stall warning probe. So this is a small tab, and the way it works, when the angle of attack is high, basically the wind will start pushing from the down side, move it up, trigger a switch, and it will beep in your cockpit. So you can turn master on, and when we are running around the aircraft and checking the lights, you can actually touch it and hear the noise in the cabin. Even if the master is off, it's a good idea to just very gently check if it's moving, because then you know it probably works. And I think I forgot to hit the gear. Yeah. No, we actually did that. Wait. Wheel shock removed. Tire inflation, okay. We did kick the tire here. Knock. That's how it works. That's super cool, and actually, unless you have a device to measure the tire pressure, it's pretty much only thing you can do. And also look at the tire if it looks correctly, if it's not too flat. Last but not least, we go here to nose. We of course inspect the landing gear bay. For me, there's just a bunch of metal parts and a bunch of hoses. So again, I look if anything is dripping, broken, cracked, or looking bad, screaming, do not fly today. I better go pack my stay. I have practice hike coming on Friday. Cool, however, enjoy your flight. We will, totally will. So I knocked on this tire, this is done, and it looks like this completes the pre-flight check. Now everything is a-okay. You can do it if you don't want to spend your time. There is a button here on the tablet. You can hit prepare for departure, and it will get everything ready, including turning and burping the props. We'll go to the back later, so remember this is the way to get it done for sure without turning the props manually, if you're in a rush and want to use the realistic mode. That's pretty much it. Now remember, door is on the left, and your instructor has to crawl in first and wait through the whole time you're doing your thing. Also, we stow the pitot covers here, and I usually have the checklist here. So remember, if you have anything in your trouser pockets, because it's a good chance your phone will fall off and just get lost somewhere there. So I like to move my phone and wallet from my normal pockets to the side pockets, because I have cargo pants. Or even put it in the back, and you can put your bag here behind the front chair, front seat. So if it's behind the other person, you can easily reach there during the flight and get your things out. Oh, and there's the fire extinguisher. Well, it probably has some date on it. Be back in a few. Okay, we're just starting up, so it's getting interesting. In a sec, Jesus. I'll get some thing to drink. Uh-oh, that's me. I'm just popping in and out of existence. Now I had to sip a drink of orange juice because my throat was running dry. Everything is a-okay, I hope. Listen, if this is wrong, then tell me. Alright, now I'm scared. We have to before engine start checklist. Pre-flight check is completed. Parking brake is set. Okay, that's something I go through every single time, and I love doing that, because it surprised me a bit. If you go here to the aircraft and the parking brake is set, the one thing you need to do, okay, step on the brakes, step on the pedals, release the parking brakes, step on the brakes like fairly hard, and lock the parking brake. What it's doing, it's locking the pressure in the system. So if you step very lightly, this is the parking brake you will get. If you step very hard, it will brake better. So it's totally possible to not step on the brakes and lock the parking brake, and the wheels will be turning freely. So we have to do it right. The technique actually is important here, which is quite surprising. Parking brake set. Flight controls. Now you have two yokes here. Remember, they do move in unison, which is rotate design favorite words in regards to flying helicopters. And remember, there is most probably your instructor sitting here. So before you do the control check, please let them know, hey, I will be checking the controls, move your knees to the side, and then if your instructor actually do that, because they have a habit of not doing that, and you will most likely hit them. But the way I do it, I pull the yoke to myself, move it full right, push it full, move it full left, and pull full. This way I've checked the whole envelope, so if there's anything... Sometimes I think a lot of people just push and pull, and then move left and right. But this may mean that a corner of the motion might be blocked by your body or something in the cabin. So I think it's a good idea to maybe even do two things, like move in and out and to the sides, and then you'll see what's going on. Okay, that's controls checked. It's also a good idea to do this before the takeoff, so we'll try to remember. Landing gear. Okay, seats, so you adjust your seats, make sure you can reach everything. And that's when you operate the pedals, which you do not operate now, but just try to move your hands as if... Try to move your legs as if you're operating the pedals. See if you can actually do that and your knees are not hitting the bottom of the dashboard here. Landing gear position lever is down. Nothing will happen if it's up, but well, it's a good idea to check if the flaps are down. And get the master on. Here's the master, so here's the electrical panel. It's fairly simple. You get the master on, you see the left Garmin starting and the right backup instrument starting. Now the backup instrument is electrical, so it should start aligning here, but it looks like it's implemented like it's vacuum one, which the real thing is electric because there is no vacuum system here. So it should start aligning, but this is not the case here, so that's on my list of things to correct. Also someone else reporting that. The Garmin needs to keep wings level because it's aligning its AHRS, attitude and heading reference system. And you see that the heading here is crossed out, there is no horizon, and the COM2 is crossed out because the other Garmin is not live yet. You can also get a quick look at the battery voltage, which is implemented here in the plane, but in the real plane there is no gauge like that as far as I know in the NXI. It's only here. You need to go to engine page, and then instead of artificial horizon you will see a lot of instruments that are showing the amperes and the battery, but this is unfortunately not here, so that's on my list. That will be something super cool to add. Okay, so that is covered. Also, when I read the real checklist, I keep my thumb whatever I was reading class, so I do not lose it. Nav lights on. They're on the right, and if you're flying the rear aircraft, you might be lost where the lights are. They're super far to the right, and that's why I'm saying rehearsing this in the sim is super beneficial, because now you know where to look, like which side it actually is, where to reach your hand, and try to think which hand you're reaching. So this would be the right hand. Also, when you're at the hands, when you're flying, you see there are those Garmin switches here on the G1000 on the right side, the COM, the course barrel, wrench, FMS. So I operate them with the right hand. Now on the left hand side you have the heading, altitude, nav, and imagine I have just operated something on the right and I need to operate the heading. So now what I would need to do is to move my right hand to the yoke and extend my left hand, and also it's an awkward position because it's just over the yoke and takes a lot of time. So instead of that, when I have two Garmins running in flight, so not now, but in flight, I would just use my right hand and use the heading and altitude and nav knobs from the right panel. So you have everything here within the reach of one hand. and that's much more convenient. I can recommend doing that even in the sim. Just reach out here, unless it's not in operational, of course. There's a chance we'll run the battery dry. I'll know how to fix that, so I'll show you. Actually, we'll do this on purpose, maybe. Let's do that, so I can show you, because I've struggled with this a bit. Okay, now let's on fuel quantity. Because we have replenished the tanks, it may be different than initially, so it's full half tank, so it looks okay. Fuel selectors. You check them, and I think it's a good time to move them to on. So the fuel selectors, and here's a super nice detail that it's implemented. See, there's this log that's popping in, so I moved it to the normal position, so the right tank is feeding the right engine. Now when I move it to the crossfit position, and I cannot move it to the back position, which is actually the way it's done. And these are just like anodized metal, so they're actually shiny. You have to pull this, and now we can move them to the side. This is great. I absolutely love this detail. And yeah, you can see the polygons here, but I think that's fine. If you look real close, like this is not an actual circle, but the screws are fantastic. So, how are you liking this so far? I found a ton of small details that are wrong. 2 deal breakers, or maybe 2.5, including the prop modeling. Other than that, after the initial first day somewhat disappointment, I now feel more at home with all of this here. And this checklist, I think this is a great place for a checklist, because it's readable without moving your head, and normally you would just get it from your knee pad and actually move it up so that you can see it. Instead of looking down with your head, you move the checklist up so you can keep your head up. That's super good advice, which I do not always follow myself. Okay, fuel quantity checks, fuel selectors. Let's get the left to the left. So that's already done. We do not need to worry about that later. ESB voltmeter. So it should be between 12 and 14, and it's here on the bottom. But normally it would be here on the engine page. So we click the engine, and then the whole thing opens up, and there are engine instruments. I can show you that because I pasted this on my Discord in the aviation materials. So I'll try to open this for you. Right, getting there, copy link. I now need to go back to Firefox. Go to the link. Okay, looks good. So that's what the electric page looks like. So see, there are nav and com on the top. So basically the whole part of the Garmin is replaced with the engine page, and then to go back you just click this engine. I'll do it a bit bigger for you. I think that's more readable. So that's from the Garmin manual for this specific aircraft. So you click this engine soft key here on the bottom left of the Garmin, which we actually have, but it doesn't do anything, as you can see. And normally this would pop up the page, so you have these classic looking gauges, and on top of the normal things that you have, they are more readable. That's one thing, but you also have the alternator amps, the battery volts, bus volts left and right, and engine battery volts, which is the second battery. So that's, I think, I would really like to see, but I think it's nice to have. It is on my list. My list is this crazy. Alright, so this check, on control airfield, you need to get the 80s and the clearance. So we operate the COM1, because you do not have the COM2. You're on the G1000, get your 80s, talk to your clearance, write down your clearance on your knee pad. You're good, and request startup. Start approved. Time check. 4-4. Start approved. Okay. Here it says flaps up. It says flaps up because on the pre-flight, the flaps are electrically operated. On the pre-flight, we could have cycled the flaps. So we could have, when I was running around the aircraft, I could have left this to the down position. Also, unlike other Tecnams, this actually, you move it and it stays in place. In other smaller Tecnams, you have to move it and hold it until the flaps gets to where they should be. I think it makes sense. So if this is the lever, you have to hold it down, and only then flaps are moving. As soon as they let go, they stop moving. And you have a flaps indicator. So that's a mini game, and you have to press it and stop the flaps at the right time, and probably you're also flying. Okay, so that's the thing. During the pre-flight, you can operate the flaps and make them go fully down. The scene froze for a moment, so hang on. Okay, and because there is basically no way to see the flaps from the cockpit, see, like, it's super hard. It's actually, you can actually do this on the pre-flight and go around, see, okay, flaps have moved correctly. But remember, it takes some electricity from your battery. Make sure they're up for taxi and everything. Okay, next we just make sure the switches are in the correct position, because the previous person should have left them in the correct position. Flaps up, left and right fields, which is another name for the alternator. It basically turns on the electricity running through the coils that are acting as magnets in your alternator. Blah, blah. I'm not an expert on this, unfortunately, but that's what I remember from the theory. Make sure the avionics are in the off position, and also in this aircraft, whenever the top of the button is in, that means it's on. Whenever the top of the button is off, it's off, and then you can read it's off here. It also applies to the button here on the overhead panel, so when it's off, you can see the off. One day I got confused about it, and I was thinking, okay, so maybe if I see off, maybe I need to press off to see off to make it off. But no, that's the other way around. When you don't see it, it's on. When you see it, it's off. Well, it's pretty obvious, but when you're flying, you can get confused. Also, is anyone flying along today? I think I saw someone, because I was wondering if my multiplayer works. That was Hover, just attending the ground school from his Bonanza. Thank you, Hover. That was very nice of you. And I know we left for the hike preparation. Okay, cross buses are also off. Check the throttle friction. So you move those levers, you see if it's comfortable for you. It shouldn't be super light. The reason for that is when the engine is when the aircraft is vibrating, they could, unknown to you, retard if you are not holding your hand here. That's another reason why you should hold the throttles during takeoff. And there is a knob here that you can twist to adjust the friction. That's it. Also, they actually look like that. They're plastic and have this shape, so that's well done. I also want to make sure that the props are forward, and for some reason the scene in this aircraft, when you go into cool and dark state, which you can trigger here from the tablet, so you can go to the last page to the options and go here cool and dark state load. You can also choose easy or realistic operation mode, and you can operate the ground power unit, which I have never seen in the real life. I will show you that in a moment. So get the frictions, move these props forward. Anyone flying before you should have led them forward. And there is carb kit also. They should be forward, which means off. So for takeoff, everything will be forward. And to move the throttle side, they should be at idle. Throttle friction set on idle, carb kit off, propellers forward, choke as required. Now, there are those two black levers which are called choke. And it turns out it's actually confusing. I think it's called choke for commonality, because that's thing many people know from car engines and things like that. Actually, this is not a choke. It's the Rotax calls it in the manual starting carburetor. I couldn't find all too much details, but it seems like it's a second small carburetor that adds extra fuel and air during startup. Now the reason for that, I think, is okay, the Rotax engine is pretty clever. For starters, there is no mixture here. The mixture is actually set always to the optimal one, and there is some very clever mechanical design in the carburetor that takes pressure from one place and the other place, have some moving parts, and it automatically takes the correct mixture for you always. So you do not have to do that ever. And now we know that the Cessnas, they do have priming to get more fuel for startup, and you have to, in Cessnas, move throttle 1 inch forward for startup. Here, I think Tecnam covered this again automatically, so you do not have to do that. That's why they introduced this starting carburetor. So it's, oh yeah, very clever design, airplane equivalent to a lawnmower engine. Pretty much. But I am proud Tecnam pilot. No, I like it. That's why they're so unreliable. To be fair, in my flight school, we have never ever had an issue with an engine. I mean, no serious issue except for maybe sensors not working. That's just Tecnam stuff. So to be fair, these certified Rotaxes are pretty reliable, but I want to Sting manual and they have uncertified Rotax version. Hey, there's someone else flying along. That zombie, welcome. We'll spend a bit more here. Sorry, zombie. I hope you brought 2 sandwiches. So, to be fair, for trainer aircraft, I think the Rotax is great because A, it's light, B, it's cheap, 3, it burns less fuel, 4, it burns unleaded fuel, so you do not pollute your environment, which I actually realized very recently. 4 or 8, I lost my count, it's cheaper because it runs on Mogas, so we just go to the car station, a proven and tested one, and get the fuel there. I think the true issue is that the Rotax are common in the kit planes, which means the maintenance and upkeep and assembly is done by less and professional people. Also, I think they go through maybe less rigorous testing, these uncertified aircraft, and they do indeed fail. I know people whose engines have failed in the Rotax, the uncertified version, and they were obviously not happy. And, well, glad to walk alive from that. So, yeah, I know where the reputation can come from and follow due to begging. It's not begging, it's saying please consider. I'll try to put it as less begging as I can. To be fair, the Twitch is giving all these tips to say it and every time, but well, I know you can do that. Also, everyone does that. Not a fan. Hey, Whoopit 2017, welcome. Very nice to see you. Yeah, okay. I think it was a joke, but you're being unfollowed. No, wait. I still have. I mean, just kidding. Sure, but if anyone goes to go somewhere else and watch something else, there's a ton of content on Twitch. If you are interested in something else, you can always ask. I'll recommend other people who I think will be better suited for you. I think I want the best for you as the viewer. So, actually, the non-certified version doesn't have the carb heater because it's basically not really necessary, it should never happen, but the certified version has it. So that's one tell that it's probably a certified version. I mean, it's not super reliable, but in the certified you'll always have it, uncertified almost never. Because money. So, this thing called choke, that's not actually a choke, but starting carburetor, is there to help you with the startup, and when you put it on, you do it by pulling it down. And here it's a very convenient spot. In the smaller Tecnams, it's there behind the panel, and there is a small plastic lever that you have to rotate 90 degrees down. And you cannot actually see it unless you turn it on, because it's just down there. It's completely infuriating. Also, in the smaller Tecnams, the carb heat are not those nice levers. There's a thing you have to pull, and this thing is not moving smoothly, like 0 out of 10 smoothness. It's horrible. So, this choke, that is not choke, but starting carburetor, it will do the thing for you that you have to do manually in the Cessnas, Pipers, whatever Continental Lycoming you're flying. And if you ever read the manual or tried to start a Cessna, it will say priming as required, move throttle 1 inch, and then you're me thinking, oh, how much is 1 inch? I don't really know. Like, is this okay? Is this good? Is it not? Priming as required, how much is required? It never tells you in the manual because no one really knows unless they have pull data inside of the cylinder, which no one actually measures unless you're in a simulator and you've created the things yourself. So I think to circumnavigate that, I'm not sure, but I think everything suggests that Rotax went pretty clever and added this starting carburetor, but to not confuse people who are already confused, they called it choke, so it sounds familiar and looks familiar, but it's doing something else. And then you can argue with the people on the internet that when you put choke on, it will lower the RPM, and I'm like, man, but in this plane, whenever I put the choke on, it actually increased the RPM, like, what are you? So I tried to find more information on that, and I only found two forum posts on the Rotax owner, side, and that explaining that it actually works like that. And even at high end RPM, when you put this choke, which is actually certain carburetor on, it will increase the RPM and make the engine run a bit rather, because I'm not sure, there is explosive detonation, combustion then, but I'm not sure. And you're not supposed to operate it at any time other than startup when the engine is cold, or you think it's cold. So as required. Right, again, you can just put it on and nothing will happen. Nothing bad will happen. Unless you know the engine is super hot and you actually can see that here on the oil temperature. Once in the green, it's probably warm. So, choke starts required. I do this per side when starting the aircraft, so I think this should be moved actually to the engine start. Do not forget. Okay, we have the engine start off. Ristan, welcome. Ted's not even here. What a fake fan. Ten is the true fan. Oh, Kyla, you even have the icon that you're not watching, only listening. That's cool. Thank you. That's nice. Actually, lets me know now that I think of it. I hardly ever do that because I think people ignore it, but yeah, I think I'll do that from now on. Where were we? Yeah, I want to start the engine. I want to run the battery dry, so to show you how to use the... Let's do that now. I will show you how to use the GPU. That's pretty cool. Remember I popped out the starter relay breakers before, so the starter doesn't start on itself. There's one more link in the chain that has to be broken before it hits me. So now it reminds us to actually put it in. We'll try if it works. Okay, we go engine ignition both on. So these are the magnetos, and they're here on the overhead panel. Okay, I hope you can see the checklist fairly well. I'll move my side a bit to the side, myself a bit to the side. And I'm just reading this out loud. Fuel pump on and should read for PSI. So now the thing is, when you dig this fuel pump, first it takes it really takes few seconds to go up. It takes like, I would say 5-6 seconds to go up to the 6. Here it goes almost instantly. So that's a super small detail I would like to get corrected. See, oh, you don't see. See, you don't see. I turn it off. On it goes to 6 almost instantly, within 1 second. Off goes back to 0 almost instantly. So normally it is way slower. I hope you can see that it's just here. This thing moving. So that's super small detail I would like to see improved. For that reason I usually put the fuel pump on first and then go to the rest. Then when I go back and check the fuel pressure, it's already at 6. Or at least 4 T. Okay, fuel pump is on, for propeller is clear, so we look there. Prop clear. And now things happen quickly, so I'll just zoom out. I'll make sure I can read that. I will read it out loud. Oh, but we will not start it, so let's do something so that we do not start it. I want to run the battery dry, so we will go ignition's off. Let's see at this battery. It's almost touching the 12, so it will go empty in a moment. Oh, also the fuel pump. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear. It makes a very low rumble. The real fuel pump, I'm not sure about this aircraft, but in the other makes a rather high-pitched noise that's rather unpleasant. Okay, it sounds a bit like you have those devices for the aquarium, where there is aquarium pump. So it sounds a bit like that, like a bit toyish, and very irritating. We have the starter here. Another super cool detail. There, look what they actually shoot. There is the button inside this plastic cover, and in many sim aircrafts you just push it once and then it starts the engine, just like that. That's not how any starter works. the way the starters work is that you have to press it and keep it pressed until the engine starts. So I'll keep it running. Oh, and it's not running because we forgot to pop in the relay, starter relay. I'll pop both them in. Now we can hear it turning. So it's trying super hard, nothing's happening. And I want to run the battery dry so that we can use the GPU. 2 hours. Whoa. And everything died. Except for the starter. Is that because we have a second starter battery? There's a backup battery that we can use to that. Let's not engage it. Okay, so we ran out of luck and we run our battery dry. Everything went silent. We can go to sleep, or if we really want to fly, we can do it again. Oh, now it still had some power. Now it's completely dry. So you see everything went out. So the way to fix that in the plane, and I've struggled with this last time, you connect the ground power unit here on the tablet. And now everything is back up. And your battery should start charging, but I think you need the master. Let's see what happens. At least we have got the electricity. So now let's start the engine for real. We have this fuel pump on, ignition on, fuel is on, choke is on, throttle is idle, prop is forward, cockpit is off, propeller clear, we have nav lights, master is on, looks a-okay. Okay. They say in the manual that the engine may not start on the first try, and that is absolutely true. That's absolutely what happens more often than I wish. I have to turn off the music so that we can head better. It seems that it never starts on the first time, so maybe that's something that could be improved. I'll add it to my list. And engine always start second try. Maybe randomize it a bit. So with the engine is warm, it will in real life basically start up on the first time, almost always. If it's cold, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a gamble, and you will like to gamble with your meows. Okay, so we hit the starter, and there are two ways to tell the engine is running. 3. A, you will hear it. B, you will feel it because the aircraft starts shaking. And the third way, if you look here at the manifold pressure, it will drop because the engine is sucking the air, and now that the throttle is actually restricting the flow, it will drop the pressure in the manifold. So there is the engine sucking there is the pipe, and there is the throttle that is almost closed. And because nothing is moving, we have ambient pressure inside. So actually this 29.9er will read our ambient pressure, which is 2992 here. Oh, 3000 inches. So it actually reads the ambient pressure now. But then as soon as engine is sucking the air and this throttle is restricting the flow, this will actually drop the pressure. So you can tell that also that the engine started because the pressure is dropping there. If you want to read more about that, it is in the link in the chat. Manifold pressure sucks by Pelican's Perch. Really great article. I do recommend to read that. It's great. There's more. Okay, so we hit it. Let it turn. 1, 2. Okay, it started. Release the starter as soon as you hear it running. Now, first thing you need to do, look at the oil pressure. It should be rising within 10 seconds. It can't go really high initially, but then it will drop. So that's pretty much what it did. So that looks very nice. The oil temperature is already in the green, so that is rising way too fast. It takes a long time for it to rise to the green. Normally I'm able to set up everything for the flight and take the distractor, and then it will be almost in the green. So I'll add it to the list. Nice to have. Oil temperature rising lower, like 5 to 10 minutes after startup. Okay, so that's the small detail I would like to see and to make it really steady level. And this is within reach, so that's the thing I think was bothering me last time. Yeah. That's within reach to make it truly steady level. Okay, that's the first thing we need to check. Now we can go back to the checklist, so we do not need to stress out. Alt pressure check, field on. This turns the alternator on the right hand side. Cross bus on the right hand side. So now our right bus is powered. Right bus goes by name names. It's right alternator bus, right cross bus. Great. Amps and volts check. So the amps and volts, we cannot see them here because there is no instrument here. So this is totally missing. I will add it to nice to have. Add amps and volts meters for left and right bus. That's something that would be really nice. And in real aircraft, it will be on this page on the Garmin that I showed you. You hit the engine and you get this page, and here on those strips you can see the things. So there's bus voltage and bus amperes left and right. That would be a very fine addition to our collection of very nice features. Okay. Crossbus on, amps checked, RPM 1000. So when the engine will start, it's running reasonably, but it's fairly slow. So what we do have to do is to advance the throttle to 1000 on the RPM, only the right throttle. And this is a nice speed for the engine because it's not shaking, it's not overheating, it will just gently warm it up within these 5 to 10 minutes, which as you can see, it's not the case here. And another problem that I noticed, which is actually snowballing into a whole lot of other problems, if I go full idle, this okay, not yet, let me wait a moment. So we increase it to 1000 and we need to turn off the choke. Now, if you turn off the choke, the RPM will drop. So we need to move your throttle back up. So the way we do that is we move it to 1000, turn off the choke and advance it again to 1000. So I will add it to the nice to have list. RPM should raise with choke on and drop with choke off. And I will put in a parenthesis that this is actually called starter carburetor. Starting carburetor. Also, I never know how to spell carburetor. Pretty much okay. I'll spell check this later. Also, the list is small for you. I will not zoom it in today. Just go here every now and then. Okay, so the biggest issue that I saw snowballing into other problems, when I go full idle, it will show 1000 RPM now. And when I go full idle, it should show somewhere between 7 carburetor. Yeah, we got that right. It's also sometimes spelled with the double T. It sounds French, to be honest. So the idle should be somewhere between 750 and 850 RPM, not 1000. Because you need to advance the throttle to get to 1000, which is explicitly in the manual. So I think that's a good source for this information. I think my stream today is way more organized than the previous one because we had this early look, but I hope you had fun watching me struggling with the early look. It was actually fun. I to be honest feel better about struggling in front of you and you seeing me how I struggle, no just being Mr. Perfect coming here, look, I know everything. It's just, yeah, I go through this myself. That's how it works. Okay, that's been discussed. Fuel pump off, because we don't need it anymore. There's a mechanical fuel pump in the engine that's doing that. During the flight we only use it to prevent the vapor locks, or when the engine fuel pressure drops for whatever reason, like something blocking, something wrong, something. Don't know. It happens. You just get the fuel pump on. Repeat all the right items of engine start procedure of our left engine. So this checklist is really nice, but I just remember it doesn't have the emergency items. So I'll add that. Add abnormal procedures to checklist. So the way I have it in real life, I print the checklist A4, and there are normal checklists on one side and abnormal checklists on the other side. Then I fold it in half, and now I have only normal checklists looking just like this one. But if I ever need it abnormal, I can just open it, flip it to the other side, and it's there. I think that is understandable. Also, A4 in half is quite portable, so that should be okay. Okay, we need to start the left engine. Also, we are now charging our battery. Look, our battery is also back up, so we can get rid of this ground power unit, which I never showed you. Look, that's the ground power unit. It's humongous. It's probably what it looks like in real life. And at some point watching other streams, I realized that there are many ground units because different aircraft require different voltage. Like, for example, there is 12 voltage here, there are 24 volt systems, there are 115 AC volt systems. You get the idea. 115, 14 Hertz AC usually. It can be different on turboprops. And turboprops will usually, I think, have 48 volt systems, and other G aircraft I think will have 24 volt systems, and this one has 12 volt systems, so there's at least 40. So that's the reason they probably require a lot of those different ground power units, and maybe this one even has different voltages inside and can fit different aircraft. I don't know, I'm just speculating, but that's actually possible. Is the sim audio level and the music audio level okay when I'm not talking? I think they're balanced, as all things should be. Okay, so we get the left side. Fuel is on, so left is feeding left, right is feeding right, fuel pump on, ignition on, choke on. I like to do it now so I don't forget. That's a small complaint I have here. The click spot for the choke from normal wing position is super tight, so now you see it's here, and I move it a few pixels up, it's gone, because it's now on the throttle. So I would like to have this corrected somehow, but anyway, not a deal breaker. Choke is on. And we get the left starter. Hopefully there is no one on the plane now, because the other engines will be linked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then start, release it. Also remember, whenever you're starting the engine, even though you have the parking brakes, you have to step on your toes. Because, as I mentioned, the parking brakes may not have been locked hard enough, so we need to actually do that. Also, another thing I want to show you. These doors that you can open and close, the way the real aircraft works, here in this area where the lock would be, there is a metal pin that is driven by engine oil pressure. So when engine is running, it produces oil pressure. This oil pressure is operating the pin, and the pin is extending outside and actually locking the door, so you cannot open it with the handle. And for that reason, there is the emergency exit tab here that you can operate to emergency open the door when the pin is locked. And one more tell about that is that you will have, when the door is unlocked by the pin or open, which the aircraft doesn't know, there will be red indication here, red on the Garmin, red warning. But it doesn't seem to happen. Also, my GPU is still here. I now disconnected it. I pressed the wrong thing earlier. So that's the thing I'm missing. I added it to my list. There should be a red door indicator here. on the Garmin. And whenever the engine goes down, this will show up and alert you that the engine is down, and now you know that because the oil pressure dropped. Yeah, but also the oil pressure doesn't drop instantly, so you don't get the indication straight away, but rather I think okay, I'm not 100% sure, but because there is mechanical oil pump, I think when the engine is wheel milling, it is still providing the oil pressure. So I think this beep only comes up when you actually feather the engine, it actually stops turning. I watched a video of this procedure today to fact check what I know, and I think the beep comes up as soon as the engine stops turning, and now you know what is the reason. Okay. Also, between the starting attempts, let the engine breathe for a moment. I don't fully understand why, but that's what you have to do. Okay, turn again. I'm trying to adjust my view, so bear with me. Nothing. Okay, leave it be. Let me think. Maybe we haven't actually did... Okay, so let's go. Choke is on, throttle is idle, prop is forward, field is off, everything's off, crossbars off. Actually, I'll now... Okay, so remember we had a battery that went out. Hey, never mind, I'll show you later. Okay, I'll tell now. So the alternator is on the right bus, so it's... And we have the cross bus on, so now the alternator is feeding the battery. Okay, that's what I wanted to do, but it's actually done. So the alternator is recharging the battery, so we have time to start the other engine. And the thing they implemented is if you do not barb each engine twice, it will not start. Like, absolutely not start, which I think is not how it works in real life, but the documentation doesn't say a word about it. Anyway, the engine started, so we're good. But if for some reason you couldn't get the engines to barb, you can go here to the tablet and click prepare for departure, and this will complete all the pre-flight checks, including the barping procedure, so this will not prevent you from starting the engine. That's the thing I think we missed last time and why I couldn't start the engines, but to be honest, it was fun finding this out later after the stream, not during the stream. If you have any questions, please shoot, let me know. I'm happy to answer. Okay, so we do the rest of things. Check the oil pressure, it's as reason. Get the advanced throttle to 1000. Get the choke off. Advanced throttle again to 1000 because it drops when you turn the choke off. Get the left field on, left crossbus on, and left fuel pump off. Actually, I think I noticed something. No, I was just hallucinating. Never mind, nothing happened. I thought the gear LEDs on the Bravo went out when the... Oh, actually started shining when I turned on the crossbus, but that was not the case. So, this completes, strobes off. I didn't discuss this. Oh, and I forgot to do that. But it's in the checklist, so if I wasn't talking to you, I would do that. This aircraft doesn't have beacon light, so the way to alert someone that you're about to start the engine is to turn on the strobe lights. This is a super good idea. I mean, there's nothing preventing you to turn on the beacon and the strobes in other aircrafts to make 100% sure everyone can see that you're about to start the engine. Why not that? Now we can turn them off because the engines are running, everyone can see that. And now this electric backup attitude indicator aligned, and it wouldn't align earlier, so I think it's implemented as suction, but it should actually be electric. So this is on my list of things that would be nice to fix. I think it should be fairly easy to do that for them, I hope. Alright, register check is completed. Now we have before taxi. All breakers in, so we have to look here, but it's very hard to tell, and also if you look at that, you will see that these circuit breakers are black on the side, so it's really hard to tell. What I like to do is to run my hand on top of them, because that's very easy to feel if anyone is sticking out. And it might be actually possible to miss that. In the NXI, aka Mark II, The circuit breaker panel is here in a very convenient spot. In the Mark 1, it's half is here on the right side and the left half is here on the left side. And that's also the reason why those screws are here, because there used to be a circuit breaker panel here. Thank you. That's Zombie. Sorry for that, for the mute. You can always alert me with the blurb. I have on my to-do list to create a LED that will shine into my eyes when I am muted. So sorry for that. I was saying that in this aircraft the circuit breaker panel is in a very convenient position in one place. When I check them, I like to run my hand on top of it because they're all black, so you cannot really see if they're in or out. If you run your hand on top of it, it's very easy to feel. And one issue I found that when you pop out the PFD circuit breaker, it should only kill the left Garmin because it's on the battery bus. The right, as you remember, was on the cross bus. So if I pull the PFD, look, it kills the two Garmins. Also, when I push it back in, the right is not doing the restart, so it's like it's running but it's not displaying. So that's something that could be fixed. But on the other hand, when I put the MFD circuit breaker, where was it? Then I hope you're not dying of boredom in your plane, and thank you for flying along. That's always very nice when I have a company. When I put the right, it looks okay and it's going through the reset. So seems to be something off with the left PFD circuit breaker. Okay, everything's on. Alert warnings, check. So we have the pitot hit, which is okay, nothing more. Autopilot master. Autopilot master is here behind the checklist, and the name might be confusing because usually you know the autopilot master as engage disengage, but here it's actually turning on the autopilot, which is STEC55X. And as soon as I turn it on, it should do a very loud beep and go through self-tests where all the LCD items are illuminated, and it is a small issue that I would like to get improved to actually make the beep. And I also noticed that the vertical speed indicator is not showing all the segments. So I'll turn it on. Like here, there is no beep. And it's showing 1.6 here instead of 8.8. So something that can be improved. Then it will show the ready when it went through the self-test. That's it. It's a good idea to do this now. I'll get the checklist back. Also, I like the position of the checklist when it's extended. I somewhat like the position here when I need to get it quickly because it's in my view, but I would like to have the possibility to stow it here in the door compartment. That would be super nice because it's in the way. It's actually obstructing the view, so I would really like to be able to get rid of it some way. Same for the tablet. Alright. I think I've proven at this point that flying is time consuming. Not straightforward. So if you see someone jump into the plane and actually follow the checklist and do everything like intentionally and doing like tack, it's done, that's very impressive. But to be clear, it has to be done well, otherwise it's better to do it a bit slower and not make any mistakes. Okay, alerts warning. Checked fire detector. It's here, it's this black button, which I think it's black. So when you check it, it should show the fire warnings on the Garmin, which is working, but it should also trigger a beep on the Garmin. And For some reason the Garmin is not doing the beeps for me, but there's a small chance it's an issue with my simulator and I have something messed up with the audio settings. But as of now, it seems like the fire check is not doing the... Well, the warnings on Garmin are not beeping. So I think this is missing, but we need to check. Alright, I see. We'll see you back. Hey, you're back. Welcome, I see. What were you doing? You had a... I'm very glad you took good time to do your chores, and very nice to see you again. How are you? Sounds for Garmin. Warnings. Cautions. I was away for a while. Cool. Like Everest. Oh boy. Oxygen or no oxygen? Oh, that's the first question everyone asks. Make too much sense. Alright, so the fire test is done. It should do the beep, it doesn't for me. I'm not sure if it's my issue or the aircraft issue or the sim issue. No oxygen, cool. You're not, you're well. Good. Fire detector done, autopilot master on, weather, flight clearance. So in my place we get the flight clearance before starting the engine. In the US you will start up the engine then ask for the clearance, so it's just there to check. You also need to set the weather. So let's do that. Sim pros. I see. I really liked your stream yesterday. I forgot about my shoutouts. You are somehow sounding like a pro. Super fun and engaging. I will do the shoutout. Our new streamer, just starting and struggling, but it was so much fun, and everything that you messed up flying. It was fun. It's for the lulz. I like it. It was so cool. And yeah, we also had a ski resort visit with the 737, but not the way you think about it usually. We just went very close to the skiing piste. Knew what I was doing. You think you know what you were doing until the mountain popped up just in front of you in the cloud window. Otherwise you would be taking a swim in the snow like Jesus did one day. Almost skimmed the slopes. Almost. But you squeaked the tires on the touchdown. That's pretty nice. Okay, so we need to set the weather. I hit the B for the QNH. That's pretty much it. I told you I always said... Okay, so we'll set the radius. I told you I always set the heading indicator to whatever I need, so let's do that. Heading back, sorry. So we go here, we go to our airport. Let's see if there is any chart, taxi chart. Oh, it's actually around here. And our runway heading, actually what's the weather? Exclamation mark meter, nearest meter, Lima India Charlie Romeo, that's us. 310 at 4 knots, 10 kilometers or more, 11 degrees. UNH 1016. Cool, 1016 and 010, so we need to runway 11, so that's 111, the heading for the heading back. 111, easy to remember. So I do set the heading back. So when I go to the runway, I can just verify it. I don't need to look through all my notes. It's a good idea to do it now. 119 is set. Garmin is conveniently displaying that. We will switch the units to altitude units. Hectopascals. Welcome in Europe. Okay, back transponder VFR. So that's setting the 7000 for you. And it's on standby, so that's a-okay. Also, I like the clicks much better today. I think I have been deaf because of not hearing because of the cold last time. And I'm back. Okay. So the weather is set. There should be a temperature indicator here on the Garmin. Outside the temperature 11. That's where to look for. Also remember that the Garmin will show +0 and +0 and -0, which is there to tell you if it's icing or not icing temperature. So that's actually pretty important. Like minus half degree and plus half degree makes a huge difference. Cool. Actually, I'll do one thing very quickly. I'll talk back to you in a second. All right, I'm back. So the weather is set, the runway heading set, the transponder is set. We also have the UTC here in the bottom right corner. That's cool, I didn't know. Ooh. We got the flight clearance before, transponder code and ground set and check. AHRS, in Polish you say it AHRS, it's much faster, no crosses. So when I was starting up, you showed that the heading was crossed out and the attitude indicator was crossed out probably, and there was no horizon. Also, one small touch that I would like to see. By default, when you go to this plane, it will show you the... Where is it? It will by default show you the synthetic vision, which as far as I know is not on this plane. Like, this plane doesn't have it, so I turned it off. Inbound coming, Mikwa. Ooh, I'm scared. Yeah, we're just here something music up everything. Okay, okay, by default the synthetic vision is on and the plane I flew didn't have it, so I turned it off because it was making me go crazy. I would like it to be off by default, at least in the realistic mode. That would be super cool to make it more realistic for other people. And you can do it in the Garmin options. I just forgot where it is. Maybe it's in the PFD options. Oh, SVT. So that's what you see when you boot up for the first time. I don't want to see that. I want to see this. So it's realistic what I saw, what I usually saw. That's the one. Okay. RS, no crosses. MFD and flight plan. Yeah, we don't set anything today. We'll just fly around. We'll just set maybe the altitude. So remember I told you I do not operate the Garmin switches on the left because it requires switching the hands and it's a very inconvenient place. Here we come. Coming. So I do operate the altitude on the right hand side and I do recommend you to do that in the sim. So I'll just set maybe 3,000 feet for reference so that we have something in. Should be okay. And Bryson, thank you for the raid. Welcome. What we're doing today? Mikwa is complaining that we're streaming at the same time, and I also cannot watch you. I'm glad you're having fun. Also, I heard you've been streaming back to back for a month now. That's crazy. Yeah, we're flying the Tecnam. There's the dummy flying alone. You can always join. We're on Europe North server. We have just been doing 2 hours, 30 minutes walk around, ground starts, ground school, everything. So yeah, the Tecnam. In short, the external model is fantastic. Internal model is fantastic. Just the props are not modeled correctly. That's something I would like to be improved. There are a few small details that could be improved. Yeah, it's very fantastic, very immersive. The cockpit inside is also really well done and very immersive. We have this walk around procedure that you can do. And you just go to the correct station, hit the reset. Right, who's this Vex? Oh, I'm Vex. I'm flying simulators. I also have been flying in real life on gliders and aircraft, and I have flown this aircraft in real life. I have like 30-40 hours on it. So I was super excited to get this plane. We jumped into it on Monday. I was slightly disappointed because there were like 2 issues in my face that somehow broke it. But I went back, tried to check, and yeah, now I'm pretty happy about it, but there are 2 things that are, well, causing a lot of trouble for me. So I let the FSS know. I hope they will be fixed on priority. That's pretty much it. So I'm just talking in very much detail about the aircraft on the walk around, just telling you what you have to do, including how to open how to open this door to get to the oil cap. So trying to do this super special because I think it's a lot of cool details that you may otherwise not know because they're somewhat in the manual, but well, hard stuff. And look, there's also the emergency gear extension, which I have never operated in the real aircraft, so I'm actually pretty happy that I can do that. Because actually I was about to say that before. In aviation, we do not just learn what we need to do, we also practice it. So imagine you have your emergency checklist and you remember step by step what you have to do. But when it comes to it, and even though you can say it out loud, you will not know where to reach your hand, what to do, and you will most likely get completely lost. And that is the very reason why we're practicing in aviation all the abnormals that we can reasonably practice. Because once you go through it, it actually develops at least some muscle memory. At least you have been there and you know what it feels like, what you should follow more or less. And then we try to rehearse that. You can actually do it like in your head because you remember, okay, I need to go here. And I've been rehearsing these things in my head, but well, remember that I don't always remember where things are. So now I have the sim and I can do it here. So that's super nice. The two big issues I found is that the idle power is way too high. It's now sitting at 1000 RPM. It should be sitting at somewhere around 750, 850. And this seems to be snowballing into a lot of other issues. Like for example, the plane will not touch down on 0 flaps because it wants to fly. So these kind of things. And other issue I found that the prop is not feathering. So we move it to feather, but it keeps windmilling, which makes it impossible to climb on single engine. These are the two deal breakers at the moment that I would like to get fixed. Otherwise, I was somewhat disappointed on the first day, but then I went back, went through it, checked over my problems. So if you get it, I do advise to, well, check which model of engine does this plane use. It's Rotax 912S3. I'll type it for you. Rotax 912S3. So, there are a few things that need to do, but you can always here in the realistic mode prepare for departure, and this will make the software happy so that you can actually start the aircraft. And I learned it the hard way, but it was fun, so I liked it. I think I might have something to drop in to replace the engine temporarily. Oops. I'm interested, would we work with their system? Interesting. I know, we can check anything you want over the weekend. I'm very happy to do that. Actually, I don't know if you know, but this aircraft has been chosen for testing, so this airframe has been chosen to be modified and actually test some electric aircraft capability. Let me find you. See if I can find this in the images. No, don't remember. But I saw a visualization that they chose it and basically wanted to replace the engines with a few more electric engines. It looked a bit funny. It's not encrypted, you have access to the engine config. The engine config is there in the file, so I think it works. I actually went through this today just to see what's inside. And yeah, it has the data that basically most of the time comes from the manual. So we should be able to tinker with it for our educational purposes. Cool, sweet. Yeah, I was also happy to see that, so it's nice. Also this airframe, this aircraft, I think it is the simplest or one of the most simple twin prop twins. So it should be possible to make it actually 100% study level aircraft, and this would be amazing. The modeling is there, it's very immersive, that's a good base. There are a few glitches here and there in the system, which I believe could be easily modified. There are a few glitches in the modeling, which could potentially be modified. We'll see. Okay, our engine has warmed up probably. In the meantime. No flight plan coming enough on and set, so well, let's pretend they're set. I will maybe set 1228 so we are on at least the VATSIM Unicom frequency. And here. And I love having the G1000 in the sim so I can practice it, because if I'm not flying for long, I go back here, it's an absolute madness, me trying to remember how to do the simple things in the Garmin. And the plane is running, clock is ticking, money is flowing, you get the picture. Okay, fuel selectors crossfit. And that's a controversial one, because you remember I told you it takes a long time for the fuel pressure to build up. And from what everyone was telling me, but this is not documented in the manual, so take it with a grain of salt, it might be false, I'm not sure. What could happen is that you switch it to crossfit, and then taxi to the runway, and everything is okay, and then you move it back, and because the fuel hasn't reached, okay, you move it back, so you move it back to the main tank, and you're taking off immediately. So the fuel from the main tank hasn't reached the engine yet, and you're just taking off. So there is a potential that something is off with the line going from the main tank to the engine, and now because we just flipped it, it hasn't reached yet, it may quit on you. I probably need to do more research how true that is, but seems believable. Like it actually will take a long time for the fuel to reach the crossfit and the main tank. Again, the other reason we have the fuel pump is just that, to try to help in the situation, but it's better to avoid it than to have it in the first place. So I'll skip this. And well, the procedure here is to check that, but well, doesn't really do much, because even if there was fuel, well, I can show you. Even if you switch the fuel off, so let's switch the left engine off. Oh, we actually switched two of them. Now we get it running straight away. I switch it into off because that's what I'm used to. Arr. Normally, when it's so warm, it would just kick on the first revolution, so it does do the running. That's how it works when it's so warm. Okay, so let me turn on the left engine, and I will demonstrate you what I wanted to demonstrate you. I need to turn down. I'm not hearing very well. Okay, it's on now. So normally what happens when you turn it off, because there is pressure already in the system, it takes a long time for it to quit. So it turned off, and it's a good 5 to 10 seconds before it quits. It doesn't quit immediately, and this is actually simulated in the sim here. So I switched it off, and only now it dropped. And this is fantastic. I have been silently asking for this forever. I hardly saw it in any other aircraft, and this is here, so that's just great. And remember, we had in a failbot that is sleeping now, we had the fuel off, and this was exactly the reason, so that it takes some time, and that's how we simulate it. I see Oasis doing touch and goes. Rain sea ice. Alright, that's covered. 245. Right. Fuel selectors, well, they're back. Fuel pressure is normal. I'll switch the fuel pumps off. Oil temperature, minimum yellow. Normal, if you want to taxi out and to have such a long taxi, you can start taxiing when the oil temperature is not in the yellow. It's not in the yellow. when it's below yellow, and well, slightly below yellow, and during taxi it will warm up. So that's one tip to save yourself a bit of time, but of course you have to check it before takeoff. Taxi clearance received, off blocks time, note. So I'm used to noting my off blocks time and takeoff time and landing time and on blocks time on my knee-pad, except for I half of the times forget to do that, and that's the reason why I find it very awkward to run the timer for the duration of the flight, because I have this noted down so I can always do the math and know how long I'm flying. I do not need to have my timer running the flight time, because I will probably need it for something else. And if I'm using to have my flight time and the timer and then I need it for something else, not there, I will get confused and I'm already in trouble, so I'm double trouble. So I totally recommend to note down your off blocks time. So that's actual off blocks time, AOBT. So that's 2046. It's a good idea to do this before you do that, not after, because when you're taxing it's pretty much impossible. Blocks time is noted in the chat, taxi lights on, so that is here. You have to reach, well, top of your head of your instructor. Okay. I just remembered the shout outs. We had the Hesses with the raid. I should have done that as soon as the raid was on, so I'll do it later. For the raiders, we had Hesses and Dryson. Just remind me in 2 minutes. But we also had Lukaila and Kevmikwa, so I'll shout out the two of you. And Chewy. Start with Kevmikwa. Sometimes autocompletes and get the shield instead of shoutout. Kevmikwa, I only seen one of your stream very briefly, but I really enjoyed it, and you talked about this touchdown raid thing, which I am very passionate about, so good vibes. Lots of nice people, yeah, and it always slips my mind to give everyone a shout out, so I really want to. Yeah, okay, I will give you one in a second too, so we shout out Kevmikwa, we'll give you one in a second, unless I forgot, which I really try not to. Shucks for the shout out, you're very, very welcome. I've noted my off blocks time, so I need to get a habit of noting that, because even in real play I have a problem, then I need to do my math, try to figure out where it actually was. Taxi lights on. Okay, so step on the brakes, release the parking brake, and now as soon as it starts moving, you just gently touch the brakes. Do not need to very sharp stop it, because it's unpleasant and not great for the brakes. Just gently touch them and see, okay, brakes are working. Okay, brakes, mindset checked, your side, and then the instructor does it, and it says checked. Even if it's an exam flight or anything like that, they will do that. They totally have to. I see is already rolling down the runway. And the zombie is there. Okay, we need to backtrack the runway. Cool, that's good info. It's actually no taxiway there. Cool. Hey, see, I'm glad you can practice your touch and goes with keeping us company. That's very nice of you. That is checked. Now, in this aircraft, you won't need to advance the throttle slightly to get it moving, but then you can pretty much move it to almost idle. Here, because of this engine idle problem that is too high, I think it's rolling too fast. Also, it seems to be a bit too wobbly to the sides when I'm taxiing. So the real aircraft does actually wobble a bit, but I never had a fear of tipping it over, which actually happened here. Land neutral has some kind of automated thing that automatically shouts out the streamer and has in the database as soon as they chat. Yes, but there... Okay, I think I can do that. But it shouts us with the chatbot command, which it doesn't use this Twitch integrated shoutout. And I learned the hard way that, you know, that Twitch has this IRC interface, IRC, instant relay chat interface for doing the commands. And they are phrasing it out, like now. And the thing is, okay, we enter in the runway, so we need to do a few things here. Before we enter the runway, we need the Landing lights on. We can keep the taxi lights on so we're even more visible. Strobe lights on. And we need also, last but not least, the transponder. It's here. I need to go back and transponder alt. I also need to always need to remember to go back of these menus because then I'm so confused. Oh, I see. So if I want to do slash shoutout, for now I can do this from the chat. And there is also a web API from Twitch. And I see passing by. Yeah, I see. So this API can be used, but I think they announced it very by surprise and no one has their bots ready yet. So Stream Elements bot could technically do that, but it's not implemented. I see zooming around. Zoom. So that's the thing. I was super confused. So I actually configured my bot to do the slash shoutout. I was super confused why it's not doing that. And after a lot of digging, I found out that this is the reason. So there is possibly a chance that the CG is too high and because of that the aircraft wants to tip over. But this might be correct, so I'm not calling that out yet. I'll try to verify. But the fact is that when you're taxiing the aircraft and turning, it does actually wobble a bit. It's slightly uncomfortable, but not very strange. Like the fancy shout, I think I don't have such fanciness. Yeah, I just added, I think you have so, I just do exclamation mark SO and it shows your card from Twitch. So I can share that with you. I can show how to configure that. It's super easy. And I think this is a good compromise for me because it shows your icon, gives your description. And then when I do slash shoutout manually, it also gives the button so everyone who is interested can hit the follow without clicking the link, especially on the mobile. There is actually a taxiway. No, there's just a turnaround path. So we'll just go here on the zebra, which our US friends call piano keys. Also, this aircraft can turn pretty much on the dime when it's slow and you get the full rudder to turn the wheel. That seems to be working nice. It's running. I feel more happy about that plane than last time. On Tuesday, I was somewhat disappointed now because I know where the issues were coming from, especially those two deal breakers for me, the unfeathering and the idle. I feel more comfortable about it, and also all these small issues I ran into because I didn't read the manual. Now I know where they're coming from, and I think this is well done. It's just that I was unaware, and maybe it would be possible to do it a bit more user-friendly, like have a cheat tab that will tell you, hey, you can't start your engine because you haven't turned your props, or you can't start your engine because you need to try 2 more times because it's cold, like things like that. That would be awesome, fantastic. I will note this down because I don't have it actually. Tablet up to inform users why things are not working. And I'll put in parentheses burping, another start attempt, and battery dry, and possibly give more information for our grant. Oh, I have the fancy shout, I think. Alright. Good flight. You're not flying yet. Hold your horses. This aviation, anything can go wrong at any time. I mean, that's just that we are here doesn't mean we will be flying. Unless our wheels leave the ground, it means we will be flying for at least another second, but possibly nothing more. Right, I'll sip another bit of liquid for my throat. Yeah, it is called ground screw for a reason. Just imagine doing this on board of a plane, in a bike, like in a passenger cabin, doing the ground school in passenger cabin. Would it be then called flight school or onboard school? I just do not look forward. There's a 747 about to consume us for breakfast. Just trying to hit us between... Oh, ooh. That's pretty much how we would hangar the planes. Also, notice that this plane... Oh, I think this... No. I think it wobbled for a bit. So what happens in this aircraft when you add a lot of power? It's actually doing that. I'm not sure if you can see because it's very slight, but see the aircraft is just dancing on its toes. I'm also holding the brakes, I will explain in a second. So I added full power and you can see that the aircraft is dancing. And that's actually what happens with this aircraft. Because of all the airflow, of all the super turbulent prop wash airflow hitting the vertical stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer, whatnot, the aircraft really starts to dance around. I am adding this to I love list. That's great. I'm not sure if it's on other aircrafts, but I love it. Aircraft wobbling. On ground with full powers, power on brakes. I see the 747 has gained some traction, also known as speed, and it's just going up. Are the sim noises too loud when we are outside? I think I cannot equalize it any better, so that's what we have to deal with, but at least it's probably not killing your ears because of the compressor I have. I have added it. Another cool feature, which I absolutely love, is I've engaged the parking brakes. And now we'll add power and see what happens. So the aircraft is putting the nose down. I'm slowly moving towards full power. And at some point I saw it moving when I was on the parking brakes. So it's not doing that now. Yeah, let's try again. I have flow software now and just need to integrate robots. Cool, I see, I'm very happy. So you actually got the... You bought the Pro version? It's cool, I see, I really like it. So I have now locked the brakes, parking brakes again, but without stepping on the brakes. That didn't help. Alright, so let's try again. I remember one time I was on the parking brakes and applied full power and the aircraft started rolling. It's now not doing that. Interesting. I need to verify this because I remember I added full power and it started rolling, which is pretty much what it would do because it's almost impossible to hold. Ah, I see. Going on. So I move it a bit, I apply small brakes, full power, and then when I do full brakes, it doesn't stop. So because I applied the brakes when we are moving, it's now almost impossible to stop the aircraft. PT Dubs Vex, where are you from? I'm from Poland. I can show you. Here you go. Can't place your accent. I have internet access. I had to break it to you. I'll explain. Don't worry. Hang on. So we are here, and this Poland. It's in Central Europe or Eastern Europe or Central Eastern Europe, depending who you ask. Don't care too much about it. And I used to grow up here in the southern part. Wait, I need to go to the world map. So I grew up here. We actually went there once on stream. this is a town in between the mountains. So there are mountains here, and flatlands over here. So I used to be flying gliders here, and now I'm living Echo Papa Whiskey Romeo on the flatlands, which is pretty cool. And I used to do my flight school here. Miko, I can truly understand you. It's all good. I need to get that. That's a weird first thing to say. Oh, look at it. Okay, I was showing the Navigraph. Anyway, you can have a look another day, or I can show you another day. Never mind, I showed the other people. Maybe someone else is interested. So now we know. But I used to go to language school with native English speakers when I was 8, and that was very beneficial. And at some point I switched. I tried to search all the materials I needed in the internet in English, and I think that really helped me. And then obviously watching things, so I think I got a lot of different habits from everyone, so my accent may be all over the place. Yeah, at work I have no video. Yeah, I'm Romanar, he told me, and also you have the icon, which is very nice of you. Your English is so good. Cool, thanks. I try to keep it English and ask everyone to speak English in chat if they can, just so everyone can understand, and to keep it consistent. English main language, English, and English. English hard, though. I was saying, so I will add this to the list because I'm not sure how it works now. I had it in this on the love list, but it was in the other list. No, it was actually here. No, it was in the other list. So, rolling with full power or punking brakes, or sometimes I'll put it in the bracket, parentheses. I don't know what the brackets and parentheses or how they are different. And when applying full brakes on full power when aircraft is rolling. I think this is a very small detail and rather intricate. So what can happen is if you lock the parking brakes without applying enough pressure and at full power, the aircraft will start rolling, most probably. That's the reason why you always need to have your toes on the brakes when you're adding power. But also, when the aircraft is rolling at full power, it will be impossible to stop it with the brakes. You just don't have so much force in your feet. You should do the dual language stream, pump those metrics up. I think I'm not interested in that. Also, I think I told you I was going to a school led by native English speakers, and a very smart thing they did there was that we were not allowed to speak Polish during lessons, which was the rule I broke for fun. But that was bad. Anyway, the thing that I got from it, also they were explaining everything in English because they didn't know Polish, and I came there as a kid to a teacher who spoke only English, and that's how I started learning. So it sounds strange, but surprisingly that was very easy to start. Like, you come there someone who speaks a language you don't understand, and they're now trying to teach you, and you don't have a common language. I don't remember how that went because I was 8, but they did it in real name, like very expressive, so hi, and like going through very simple phrases that anyone can catch the context. And from there on, yeah, everything rest came, but I learned to compartmentalize. So when I switch to English mode, I'm in the English mode. I switch to the Polish mode, I'm in Polish mode. And that's super beneficial for learning. And also we never ever did translations because, well, how? And translations are super bad because they teach you bad habits, because language is actually different in the constructions and what and how you express. Meaning that if you can say something in English, there's a good chance you won't be able to translate it to my language because we express it in a slightly different way. That's what the good translator do. Like, to make a different sentence which has theoretically the same meaning, but it's just using very different words. I can, but I don't do that on purpose because I don't like doing that. Like, Miko is asking if I can just switch like mid sentence. I can, but the other funny thing is when I do that, I will speak in Polish with English accent. Trash, and I often do switch mid sentence. I sometimes do it for fun. And I'm trying not to do that. It's also confusing some people. I have a friend who can switch mid sentence unknowingly, speaking to English person, and that's super confusing. Yeah, it's a cool thing to know. I somehow learned it, and it's very beneficial. Okay, we're there. X completed, run up, parking brake set, taxi light, we can keep it off. And we should have done this on taxiway. Engine instruments, so everything should be in green here. We move our prop to 1650. Here the prop RPM is very lagging behind the throttle. It is lagging in the real plane, but not so much. I was able to, in the real plane, get it within... Actually, I don't know. Okay, it's rising okay, but when I put it down, it's super slow. Look, I go for full throttle, and now I go idle immediately, and it's starting 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. It would drop quicker. Not super quick, but much quicker. So for this reason, it's pretty difficult to set correct RPM for startup. I'm completely kidding. I'm so amazed that people like you are fluent in more than one language. It's such a skill. Well, it's cool. It took a lot of learning and going to the language school, which I truly enjoyed. Alright, so we go 1650. I showed you last time. So I have parking brake engaged, but I am stepping on the toes. Like my brakes, my feet are applying full braking power on those pedals, even though the parking brake is applied. I learned German, I know nothing. Oops. I learned German in school, and it was an absolute madness. I learned almost nothing, and then I went to German school because I had the motivation to do that, and that was smooth sailing. So language school is good, school language classes not great. First in real life, I've seen people just yank the probe back and forth to the run up on super fast. Oh, I didn't mean the prop, I mean the throttle. So I need to set the throttle so that our RPM at our 1650. And because these are digital instruments, they have a built-in lag. So with the analog instruments, I can operate the throttle to set precise RPM very quickly. Now, because these digital instruments have a lag, it's more difficult in the real plane. But it's even more difficult here because it's lagging more on going down. Okay, so what I need to do, it's, remember the number, it's about, well, 1600 and 1590. We have left ignitions off on both engines, and now see the drop. So that went down by 30 on the left and 30 on the right. I would say it a bit more of a drop, but that's okay. Our throttle is too many places, but yeah, prop is very slow in many places in sim. Okay, I can explain that. We go back to ignition off, wait for it to go back up, wait a few seconds for it to run. 3 hours, 9 minutes. But to be honest, I really enjoy that. Cool, and I have more time to read the chat now than when I'm flying. Right ignition's off. And we watch the drop. It's around 30 on the left, around 30 on the right. They should be max 150, I believe, and no more than 50 difference between each. That's the thing to remember. Ignition both, and now we'll check the prop. And I realized today that we as aviators may have shot ourselves in the foot by using colloquial language that other people then interpret and get the wrong meaning from that. Now I'll try to use the difficult English word that I'm still not sure I'm using correctly. So they conflate checking propeller governor operation on run-up with feathering, because we dump aviators, instead of saying on the run-up that we are checking prop governor, we say we check feathering, which is untrue, because feathering is an operation that it's a different operation, that touches the prop angle, but it's different, and we are absolutely not testing that at the moment. And I think that this has gotten someone confused, including the dev of this aircraft. But maybe he's not confused. But some people may be confused and think that feathering is just moving the prop lever back, which is not. It's just reducing the prop RPM that we are governing. You're teaching me nothing right now. Oops, I see. Don't worry about it. If you want to, you can always go and learn properly. So my advice, don't sweat too much about it. Just do it. Enjoy it. Try to remember something. It will be fun. Anyway, knowing some base of some language is super helpful. Okay, so the thing we want to check if the propeller governor is operating correctly. I touched my throttle for no reason. And the way to that is we pull the throttle, pull the prop levers back, like steadily, gently, but not far back. And the reason is what we are watching for is for the RPM to start dropping, but we cannot drop it below 1200. So it's a good idea not to go back for too long. So you should like in a fluid motion, in a gentle, very regular motion, move it back, let's say halfway, and then move it back. And what will happen? You will see that the props are dropping. And what is very tempting, because the prop RPM is lagging behind the prop lever, it is very tempting to hold it back or to move it even more back that you need to. And try not to do that. If you're unsure, just drop it a little bit and move it back, see what happens. Now drop here. So move it, drop back more and move back more. And now we see it dropped. So it's a good idea to try to feel it, but not by pulling until you see the correct number. Just go a bit, go and forward, see what happened, then go a bit further and back. And you're watching for this RPM drop. So that tells us that the propeller governor is working. It doesn't tell us anything if this it doesn't tell us if the feathering mechanism is fully working. So that's what I was trying to say. Also, the habit is to check this 3 times. And the article I read, also by Pelican Perch, which is in the chat now, describes it that the old propeller governors needed to do that to replenish the oil from the hub to fresh oil. So it actually makes sense to do it 3 times because you had to pump this oil in, and he says that in the modern props, 1 is absolutely sufficient. If the propeller governor isn't working, do we have to elect a new one, or is it not a democracy? It's like a clone army. We have 200 units ready and million more on the way, and they're all the same. So you can elect them, but it's pretty much the same guy, except there are different copies. So I would say the question is slightly irrelevant. It's a cool example of a question that sounds absolutely normal, but and you know the answer doesn't make too much sense. Anyway, so the Pelican's Perch says that it's absolutely sufficient to do in modern prop governors once, and if it drops, it works. That's it. But there is this technical review video by Just Flight that is talking about the new Bonanza and Baron that are going to release soon. I'm stepping on the brakes all the time, by the way, so I'm not skipping the leg day today. And this actually, I connected the dots now, and the person in this video is doing the run-up check, and it's doing the prop 3 times, but he's telling us that each time he's doing that, he's checking a different instrument. And I think that is one very solid reason to do it 3 times. Because you're looking at one instrument, doing the prop swing, okay. Look at second instrument, do the prop swing, okay. Look at third instrument, do the prop swing, okay. Oh, I also forgot to mention I work in English most of the time. So for the last decades, it probably also helped me a lot. So that was interesting. I learned about this video a few days ago and connected the dots. Actually, a few days ago, meaning yesterday. that is super fun. Anyway, in this aircraft we can do it 3 times because I just do not trust in my abilities, so if we can check it 3 times we'll be more sure that it actually works. Now see, I dropped it below where it should be. Okay. Certainly not idle yet. We have third thing to check. Third thing to check, we check the carb hit. So there's a carb hit, which this article seems interesting. Okay, oh, Kevin, it's fantastic. It's really great. I wonder about the idea behind constant propellers. Not only is it well explained and in a great detail, it's also in a very friendly manner, so you can really understand it. It also has a good article on the mixture, which is a less approachable. I don't remember my chat command. And also about the turbochargers. Very friendly. Yeah, it's absolutely like gets you, like, it even tells you how we got there as a humanity, like how it started and how it's going. So it really makes sense once you read that. The problem you have then is when you look at the plane, the manual doesn't tell you how the prop governor works. That's one thing. Now I know too much and I need the answers which are not there in the manual. Okay. Last thing is the carb hit. So the Rotax has a very smart carburetor design, which I told you about the mixture and stuff, and it's almost not susceptible to carb icing. So carburetors should not ever ice up in this aircraft, but it still can if you fly through ice maybe, or something really bad happens. Yeah, mixture command didn't work. I will find it for you, but if you Google Pelican Perch mixture, you will get it. It's on the AvWeb. Same place, just different number. So we had 15, I think it's 14, 16, 17 or 18. I don't remember. I will find it for you later if you remind me after the stream. Gotcha, yeah. But here's more articles, but those 3 I found most interesting. Also there is one about the turbos, which is good, and there's a ton of others which I find less interesting. But those 3 are absolute gems, like, truly. Okay, so carb icing should not happen, and for that reason they say not to operate it unless strictly necessarily. And when I was flying, yep, mixture magic, the one. That's exactly the one. The Cessna's carburetor will ice up very often and you hear the engine running. In Rotax, well, I never had it happen on me, although a few times I was worried if it's happening, so I just operate the carb hit. And they say that never ever operate the carb hit above 75% power, because it makes 0 sense, because the throttle is not closed, so there is no lower pressure, and you can actually damage the aircraft or kill your engines. Kill as in make them quit. And I think we had a case, and I read the report from the incident a few days ago. The incident was a few years ago, but I read the report, and basically the pilots, the students forgot to turn off the carb hit on the go around. They went around and one engine started running wrath, so they shut it down, and then seconds after, second engine started running wrath. So they restarted the first one, and I don't remember what happened next. But as I read in the report, the reason was the carb hit was on, and that's warmed the mixture, and something is off in the carburetor. With the details I do not understand, and for that reason there was explosive combustion in the engine, which made it run rough. So that's the reason why you shouldn't do that, and Rotax advised not to do that. Otherwise, if you need to, because you're flying through visible moisture or icing, or you hear the engine running wrath, they say to put it fully on for, they put the number there, I think it's 30 seconds, but it may be 20 seconds. You should check in the manual. Put it on and put it off. And do not operate it like halfway. It's either fully on or fully off, although the lever lets you put it halfway. Can head out, happy landings. Cool, Kayla. Have a nice trip back home. And thank you for sticking around. And it reminds me of the shout out, let's do that. Kayla is cool streamer, go follow her. Really nice person, I enjoy. And looking forward to my stream, it's super fun. Also, I learned that the shoutout /shoutout command accepts @ so I can do /shoutout @ Luke and then Luke LUCK or LU if it's showing your name, just hit tab to autocomplete and I've got it. That's making my life easier. Okay, so for the curve hit, we move it fully back and we observe if there is a drop on the RPM. There is, move it back up, and that's the run up completed. Power idle. I released my toes from the brakes a bit earlier, but now I will do that. Also, we should have checked if the engine was in the green range before doing the run up, or at least engine the all temperature in the yellow range. Oh, okay, not that. That's the run up. Okay, before takeoff, fuel selectors uncrossed, but we skip that. Fuel pressure. Okay, we need the fuel pumps on. Okay, in this aircraft, everything is situated in a nice arc, so we have everything on the left, going through the arc on the bottom part of the cockpit, and then up to the overhead panel. So we like to do our flows in this order. So either bottom and switching to the overhead, or overhead and to the bottom. So I can go fuel pumps on. Strobes are on, taxi is on, flaps takeoff. Here everything is on the electric panel. And I need transponder alt. Okay, so that is done. That is before takeoff. We are on the runway, so we should check our runway headings. So I think we're on the other runway. I actually missed that there are two runways here. Is that the case? Yep. So we're taking off now, runway 129er. Wait, I got to the wrong one. Anyway, let's take off from this 3-3. I was supposed to go. I know what I was doing. Let's take it from 3-3. I think the wind isn't too bad. 51 at 5 knots. Okay, so no problem. So we are to 3-3. So that is checked. I can reset my heading back. So we just press on the heading knob and this reset the heading back. 3-3 checked here and 3-3 on the magnetic compass. It's also a good idea to check the magnetic compass to confirm that the Garmin is showing the right thing, or if you have a slave zero. Takeoff briefing. That's the important thing. So emergency. If we have engine failure on the roll, I just move throttle idle and stop, because if one engine quits and we do not have minimum control speed, I will not be able to hold it with the rudder. We will start yawing and end of the runway. If engine quits and we still have runway in front of us, we will land on that runway. So that's one reason why the V1 concept is not present in GT aircraft. Actually, if you look at the requirements of the FAA, there are specific requirements when they need to set up the V1. And for that reason, many places will not have that, even the smaller, bigger planes. Which means that after rotation and after liftoff, we can still land. Because why not? If there is a kilometer of runway in front of us, we can just do that. It's cool. But also a bit safer in this aircraft than trying to go around. No, that's the better option. Once we are out of reach on the runway, then we'll do gear up, not earlier. So that's the emergency briefing, takeoff briefing. We'll just take off and fly left into the bay. There's some actual sea here. Oh, also I think I moved my position a bit lower, but the default position in aircraft is like that. I'm not very tall, so what I would realistically see is what you are seeing now. I do this in most of the aircraft, either so that it's more realistic for me, or I can move the position around so I have all the switches I need in the view. And you can do that by adjusting the view where you want, hitting Ctrl F10, the view will shift then, and once you hit reset view, it will go back to where you want it to be. I can totally recommend that. It's Ctrl F10, I don't know what I said. Ctrl F10. You can also reset this with Shift F10, I believe. That's how it works. Okay. We had our off blocks time 40 minutes ago. So now we are ready for takeoff. Wonder if our fuel is showing. Not much, we have like 1 hour fuel. I'll take it like that. I want to keep it light for today because I want to show you this problem of the idle power. Alright, I'll do all the after takeoff checklists from top of my head, which I should remember, but I'm sometimes having trouble. So I'll try to do it slowly, try to be spot on. That zombie just touch and go. Yay, very nice. Where's Icy? Icy is probably taking an ice bath. No, I think he went off. Never mind. Okay. Parking brake release, tapping on the brakes. Unless you really need to do a short takeoff, it's better to do a rolling takeoff here so you do not stress the brakes. And also in J aircraft, okay, I'll explain that. When you add power, when you add throttle very violently, like very fast, normally what would happen is that the engine would get a lot of air. Well, it basically will be lacking one of the ingredients, either the fuel or the air. So it will cold up you if you add power very violently. For that reason, a lot of G aircraft's engines actually have a thing that when you advance throttle fast, it injects more fuel. So to prevent this situation, you'd think the lacking ingredient is fuel in that case. There's a clever mechanism that when you do that, it actually injects more fuel at that time. Anyway, this aircraft, if you move throttle from 0 to idle like that, it will make some unpleasant noises. So we should do it like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippis. Ready. That's full throttle. I'm just checking with my hand if I have full props forward. Have a look at the engine instruments. Everything seems to be green. RPMs achieved. How much does the aircraft cost? Again, $35 before tax. If you're in Europe, this with VAT will be $43. Okay. We had the rotation, there was 65. Okay, now on the climb I need to keep VY, which is also our blue line speed, so we need best single engine climb rate, at least, which is 84. Okay, runway is off under us, so we can't land anymore. Positive climb, gear up. And 200 feet above ground, I will reduce the throttle to 27 manifold pressure. Now I find it that the throttle lever is way too sensitive in the top range. I will do a movement. Alright, I see you. We'll see you in the lurk. Out for night. Cool. Have a good time. And thank you for stopping by. That's really nice of you. I'm trying to keep the heading here. I will just staying out the altitudes, but they will be different. So I move my throttle like inch or two back in real life. Here I need to move it like a quarter of an inch. So I would like this to be less sensitive. And then I move props back to the green range. So back to 22 or 21 something, that's okay. Do not sweat about it because we have more things to do. Okay. 300 feet above the ground, I'll go flaps up. Make sure I pull back on the yoke so we do not sink and keep on the VY. So because your moment from the flaps is disappearing, the plane has a tendency to pitch down and you have to counteract with the yoke. Once you get the hold of it, it's pretty natural learned movement, but for the first 1,000 times you will struggle with that, maybe a bit less. Okay, so I go flaps up and then I do everything else. I go with my flow, the arc. So landing lights off. Oh, actually it was the flow. So we had gear up, flaps up, landing lights, taxi light, and we go up, fuel pumps off, and that's it. So in the checklist from Tecnam, this will be a spider's web. You will go like maybe gear up, fuel pumps off, maybe landing light off, maybe something else. So instead of jumping all over the aircraft like a madman, it's a good idea, as long as it's possible, as there are no dependencies, to do it in a nice line. So we go, just follow. See, there's this line that you can draw here, and actually we have a SOP in the flight school where this is drawn. Okay, I think I wasn't feeling great the last time, and So I was completely thrown off by these two issues I described to you, and because of that my flying last time was absolutely criminal. Today I think it's flying well, so it has quite a lot of lag in the roll, which the aircraft actually do. It's really noticeable. So yeah, I move it and only a while later it started responding. There are also this noise like something is rolling in the cabin. When I bank it. That's a flight simulator problem. It has it in every aircraft. And I absolutely hate it because it doesn't really happen in the aircrafts. So usually when you roll, you see the ball is not moving so much to the side. So even if you have something loose in the cabin, it will probably not roll that loudly. But I have no clue what the idea was there. Alright. Now we're going to cruise, so we can reduce the cruise power. And once you level off, it's a good idea when you're in cruise, when you're leveling off in cruise, first to level off, let the aircraft accelerate, trim it down for speed, and then start rolling back your power. Also remember that this is a normal aspirated engine. It doesn't have a turbocharger, which means if I do not move the throttle, the manifold pressure will drop 1 inch per 1000 feet climb. Because as I told you, it's taking the outside pressure and restricting it a bit. So if the outside pressure drops, the manifold pressure will drop as well, which is again very well described in the Pelicans per child curl. That's actually where I know it from. It's in the chat. So if you're climbing and you want to keep constant power, you need to remember every 1000 foot to add 1 inch, and I often forget that and then wonder why my plane is slowing down. So let's roll it back, let's say 2020, and by 2020 we mean 22 inches of manifold pressure, inches of mercury to be exact, and 2200 on the RPM. Actually I want a bit less, so let's do it 2020. I don't remember numbers that we used anymore. Okay, I have a feeling this RPM scale is a bit too tight on the upper end. See how small is the difference between 22 and 20, but I do not remember how it looked in real planes, so I'll note it down to verify. Is the RPM scale too tight on the upper end? Okay, I will get the sim a bit quieter because remember last time I was not hearing anything. I think it is actually my ears going deaf because of the cold. So I'll go to sound and reduce it to where I had it before. I think I actually had it at 50%. Let's keep it here. I'll change it in the settings. If anyone is following along and I just paused and you skipped in front of me, I'm sorry. I forgot now that zombie is there. So, now the plane feels pretty good after I solved all my issues. It's pretty much at home. It's just these two burning issues that I found, and I don't know why the trim tab is operating for me. I find it super bizarre. I never touched the rudder trim today, and see the trim tab is deflected. I find this super suspicious, unless something did reset in my flight sim settings. So here on the wheel I have reset rudder trim. And see now the tab, is it going back to 0? No. Or maybe it's just, well, I'm not sure. I remember seeing it straight on one time and then moving on its own another time. That's something I need to verify. It seems weird. Right. That's the plane in flight. I wanted to get it a bit quieter. Let me do that. Actually okay in the cockpit. I think it's just a bit loud on the outside. I think it will be better now. Is that too quiet or is that okay? I'll make it a bit louder. That's perfect. Let's keep it this way. Sometimes almost hit the exit button on the OBS. To be careful about that. That zombie, okay, cool. Thank you for the feedback. I truly enjoyed it. Also, I'm not moving my head around with the tracker today, so I'm not feeling so dizzy as last time. Okay. Oh, forgot the pitot heat, but it's 11 degrees, so yeah, let's keep it on. Right, I think we can practice our thing, so let's go to 3000. I will slowly try to move there north, so we do go through the end of the boot. Now remember that when you're adding power and you have prop lever, you should first add the prop lever and then add power. I here added just on the manifold pressure because we are still within limit what we can add at the lowest prop setting. So I think you can have 27 at 20, no problem. Actually, I found a chart on Rotax manual and it says the rule is that if you reduce the RPM and keep high manifold pressure, it will put a lot of stress on the engine and the propeller, basically a lot of torque. So you should keep that in mind, and when you're reducing power, you first reduce the throttle, then you reduce the RPM. But if you increase the power, you increase the RPM first, so you increase the prop first and then increase the power. And in Rotax manual, there is actually an area marked which you should avoid. So which manifold pressure is too high for which RPM. And basically at 27 manifold pressure, I can put any RPM I want, and this will not stress the engine. Anyway, I would try to avoid that. So still follow the rule, but it's very nice to know that I actually only found this out yesterday. I am now full throttle forward, and because we are higher, so let's see. The ambient pressure on the airfield at sea level was 30 inches. Now we're 3,000 feet up, 3 inches per 1,000 feet, so we should be seeing 27 on the manifold pressure, give or take some normal reduction in the manifold pressure that is there, and we are seeing just about that. It's showing 26.3 now. So that's pretty much it. We're at 3000. Okay, what do I want to train? What do train in this aircraft are the stick banks and any aircraft. Okay, also one thing that I like, and I saw it missing in many places, when I applied the roll, in many aircraft the ball is not moving to the side, so you have no incentive to use the rudder because the ball is not there. Now I'm not using the rudder, and see, the roll is, I'm applying the ailerons and the ball was moving to the side. So naturally now when I'm turning and exiting turns, I should move my aileron in unison with the rudder, but you have to learn how much you need to apply, and it's a learning curve. That's the 60-degree bank to the left and try to keep 3000 feet altitude. This in real life is quite a challenging exercise. I always have a hard time keeping the constant altitude. The reason for that is you do not control it only with your elevator now, and you also need to keep in some rudder to keep the ball. So the whole thing is moving around all the time, and it's a balance act. I usually hover somewhere between 45 and 60 degrees, so the last two notches, and I have a hard time to getting it to 60 degrees and keeping my altitude. Now again, remember that the vertical speed has a huge lag because of how the system works. So looking at the vertical speed will only get you in trouble. You should keep your nose on the horizon. well, just remember what attitude you need, or you can you look at your attitude indicator if you're flying IFR, and only every now and then look at the VSI, vertical speed indicator, and only then you'll be able to maintain it, as I'm trying to do now. Okay, everything is off. One of my monitors switched off for a second, which got me scared. Everything seems to be okay. So I'll show you the map. Here's the map spinning like a madman. Okay, so you can do few loops, get comfortable with keeping the altitude. I hear cat noises, so probably that was the reason. And before doing this exercise, remember that in turn you will need more power. So that was the reason I increased the power before the turn. Actually, let's go 22, 27 now. And try to the right. Entering rudder, aileron, trying to keep the nose on the horizon. I'm looking sometimes inside, sometimes on the artificial horizon, which is nice, better called attitude indicator. And you can see that my nose is moving up and down all the time. I have a hard time keeping this steady. So I think this is well done. It's actually the struggle you would see me normally. That's pretty cool. Next thing you want to do, when you're comfortable with that, you want to roll out on a heading. Let's roll out on south. We need to roll out a bit earlier. Try to do it in a smooth motion, but maybe not too violently. Okay, and now entering the other side. Remember that you need to adjust your pitch based. Now it will start climbing, so I need to go down and apply the roll again, but pull the yoke. Trying to keep the altitude. I would say plus minus 200 feet is okay. Of course you want to keep it on a dime, but on the spot, but well, plus minus 200 is okay. Do not sweat about it. And try to be gentle on the pitch, on the yoke inputs, because it's very tempting to pull aggressively to try to keep the altitude. And remember that now yoke pitch is not directly the pitch is the elevator movement. It's not directly controlling your vertical speeds. So look, if I pull the yoke, we start turning faster, and only then we start climbing. If I push the yoke, we stop turning and start sinking. So this is the balance game. Steep turns were the one move I struggle with, and I got my pillows. Yeah, I struggle with it all the time. It's just requires practice. If you haven't been flying aircraft a long time and you're out of practice, you will struggle. And I really hope that keep doing this exercise in the sim, it will help me in the real aircraft. Of course, it's slightly different, so all my muscle memory may be wrong, but remember, it's not really about the muscle memory. It's more about your scan, so that you need what to do and apply the corrections in the correct magnitude. So not like so fast as I was trying to do, like push, pull. See, the nose is moving all the way around, and also we start turning, stop turning. This is awkward. Have a good scan, so look at your attitude indicator. Okay, it's here. Have a look at the VSI, it's 0 now. Perfect, but we do not have the correct bank angle. So pull a bit, rudder left, roll left, try to keep 60 degree. Okay, now its pinch is decreasing. Pull a bit, slightly, not pull a lot, just pull slightly. And I think that sim is really a good tool to train that. Of course, you need to remember that it will be different on aircraft, so be prepared that you will need to readjust yourself, but I think it's pretty much good. Okay, let's roll it on north now. So I started doing that fairly light and enter turn immediately. So we are doing like figure 8. This is slightly challenging because, as you saw on the rollout, the aircraft will first start climbing, and well, you need to coordinate now not only the ailerons and the rudder, but also your elevator. Because on the rollout, you need to release your elevator. I'm just not running on the heading, but not too much. Okay, stop, then release it so it doesn't climb. It's a bit strange, and I lost the altitude here. No. Okay, I know real life like this aircraft, so I was super disappointed 2 days ago after finding out what my issues were, because they're not stressing me out so much. I feel much better about it. Also, there's still some silly bugs here which I would really like to get fixed. But I will prepare the list and then we can try to ask the developer to do that. It's also getting late, so the bug also the problem that I found, and it may be something that I'm doing wrong in the sim. Well, I know how to do it in real aircraft. I checked the video again how to do that. I checked the checklist. Everything seems to be alright, but for some reason it's not working in the sim, and I'm not sure if it's not implemented or I am doing some sim operations wrong, but I really feel it's not implemented. So I have to shut down the one engine and feather it. We will shut it down with the fuel, so let's do that. We need to unlock it and move it off. Your instructor will do that for you in the training. They'll say, hey, do you know the city? Can you find this lighthouse? And you're, hey, yeah, I think it's there. And then he moves your hand and turns off the engine. And then you, hey, the aircraft is flying weird. Okay, I look at the ball. You feel that you need a lot of left rudder. So you apply the rudder. We have failed engine. Props forward, mixture forward. But try to keep your heading and altitude. Also, if you're climbing, it's super important to stop climbing because it will get you in trouble. So stop climb, keep heading, left. I have almost full left rudder now. Cool. Right leg dead, right engine dead. So we'll start securing it. Right throttle, checking. I move it slowly and my piloting situation doesn't change. If I move the live engine, my aircraft, see, it starts doing some weird things, so that tells me I'm moving the wrong thing. I move slowly the right throttle, checking, confirmed, idle. Okay. Right leg dead, right engine dead, right prop. Same story, checking, confirmed, and feathered. And now we move it fully back to the feather position. And here's a bit of hit or miss. So in some aircraft, you need to actually move it beyond with the mouse because you cannot do it with the lever on the joystick. Here I can do that, so it seems like it's okay. I also have a switch bound from the spad neck, so I can move it to feather. I haven't moved it to feather. It should have sent the feather signal to the sim, even though it's showing here in the feather. And now your right prop should stop turning. And here in the sim it's not doing that, it's still windmilling. So that's the second burning issue that I have. It really should stop. Okay, I'll try to now get my flying straight. Okay, we need to finish the procedure. Right fuel tank off. Right ignition's off. Left fuel pump off. Because we need to make sure we do not get any vapor lock or anything on the live engine. So we'll turn the fuel pump on for the remainder of the flight. And right fuel off. And right crossbar stays. Now we need to reduce the power on live engine. It's limited to 5 minutes on maximum power. So we reduce the manifold pressure to 27. It's already at 26. And reduce RPM to 22. That's our max continuous power. And now we should be able to keep this altitude if I do everything correctly. I should keep the left rudder and we should see the ball deflected half scale to the left. The ball here is this flat line under the triangle, and we should be also banking left 2 or 3 degrees. So here the problem I'm seeing is that we are doing this correctly and the aircraft should not be turning. It is slightly turning, so maybe I need to adjust my inputs just a bit. And we should be able to climb, but we need to slow down to best single engine climb speed, which is the same speed in this aircraft as best rate of climb speed, which is 84. Let's try to slow down and see if we'll be able to climb. But this only works if the engine is feathered. And here it's clearly not feathered, it's still turning. And also the RPM indicator is showing 700 RPM on the right engine. So I think this is not working, although it should be. And because it's a trainer that people use for multi-engine training, I think this is extremely important to have it working here properly, so you can actually train the shutting down and restarting procedure, or engine securing and engine in-flight restart procedures, but also so that you can practice flying on single engine. It's not super straightforward because you have to be very light on the controls and keep just right amount of rudder and aileron input, and then you should be able to climb about 150 feet, 84 knots. So I'll try to skip for 84 knots, but well, as far as I checked yesterday, it wasn't really climbing now. At least when I had the other engine killed. So you see, no climb here, and I have 85 knots. I maybe need more rudder. I'm not exactly sure how the scale on the Garmin works. Maybe, well, I'll try to find out. I actually never know it, and it would be nice to know. On the analog instrument with the ball, you have those marks. Then ball should be under the mark, but here it's not, and we are not climbing. So that's a problem, because you also need to be able to do single engine go around. And we are in clean configuration, but our prop is not feathered, and the unfeathered prop is preventing us from climbing. So we will not be able to do single engine go around, which is bad. Okay. In that case, I will restart the engine, so let's do that procedure. We need the right fuel pump off. Let me start over. I need the right fuel selector to right. Also, let's check the fuel. We still have 25 liters tank each, which means we have 1 hour of fuel. So we should be landing in 30 minutes or we're in trouble. Right fuel tank is on, right fuel pump on, right ignition's on. Now we do left crossbus off, so the opposite. Actually, when I reviewed the electric circuit in this aircraft, so there is electric schema for the whole aircraft in one of the manuals. I learned that when I press the right starter, it will automatically turn the left crossbus off for the time when the starter is engaged. So now I did that, but if I didn't do that, the circuit will do it for me. So that's done. We also need to keep the throttle idle and right prop all forward. There's unfeathering mechanism here, which I do not fully know how it works, but it works. So once we'll keep running the starter, and to unfeather the prop and actually start to make it running, it takes, I think, good 10 seconds on the real aircraft. So you run this starter for like 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds. Like, it's a really long time. I'm getting concerned when that happens. And only then the engine goes live. Let's try again. Oh, I think it's running now because I see the RPM. The RPM is back up. I move the throttle. Okay, that works. So that's nice. So I think what's simulated is that the prop is windmilling, but the feathering mechanism is not simulated, and in consequence the unfeathering mechanism. I'm not sure how we do that in the aircraft, if it's just in the engine config or requires some more changes, but I would be very glad to have this working, and I found a very nice video where this is demonstrated. Okay, this is done. Now we need to balance our engines, so I will be gently adding power, adding throttle on the right engine and releasing my rudder input. If you do not do that I'm icy now. If you don't do that very gently, you'll wobble around quite a lot, so that's a bit unpleasant and concerning. So, trying not to do that. Let's have a look around the area. Looks pretty nice. And I think this airport from one of the world updates, because it looked very nice, but I'm not 100% sure and I didn't check. That zombie is keeping there, so nice. Yeah. Cool area. It looks great. Let's finish the procedure. Me just starting in the middle. Okay, we go back here. Fuel pumps off. Right field off. On. And left crossbars on. Okay. Move the prop to the continuous power rating. And we are good. Alright, that's pretty much covered. One other issue I ran into. I told you that on ground, when you move throttle to idle, the RPM seems to drop very slowly. In the air it should be, well, with the RPM will not change a bit, because these huge props, they are very good at windmilling, so they will absorb all the energy they can, and they will be windmilling at 2200, unless you go very slow, I think. And then the thing, well, what I think is caused by this high idle power, the aircraft will basically not sink in this clean configuration at throttle idle. I'm at throttle idle now, and prop is full forward. Okay, almost prop full forward now. This should be maximum windmilling, so maximum drag, and we should be sinking pretty hard. I couldn't find any exact number in the manual. Also, my instructor didn't remember the number from top of head, but said prop forward and throttle idle, it will sink very generously. You should also try to keep the 85 4 knots, which is the magic airspeed for this aircraft. And you see we are sinking like 300 feet per minute, so basically nothing. We should be seeing more like 1000 or 2000. Well, I think 1000 feet per minute, maybe 1500. That's what I would like to see. I would need to do the math and calculate our L over D. I mean, a glide ratio, what I think we would get with the windmilling props, and then try to see if I know what number this should be. Also, when you, if your engine fails, you would probably reduce that, or you can increase your glide ratio by reducing the prop RPM, so it's windmilling less. But now it will probably give us less power, so we'll sink better. Is that the case? I'll move the props to... Let's move them to 1000, why not? Let's see what happens. So now we are sinking better. And that's strange because it shouldn't happen. So it looks to me like the engine is providing power instead of drag on idle, where it should provide a lot of drag. Alright, let's try to do some touch and go, and I'll show you the rest. Getting super light, but I think we'll not break the 5 hours record. Or is it 5 hours? No, it's only 4 hours. If anyone really needs to go to sleep because you have school or work tomorrow, please feel free to go and do your chores. You can always watch the VOD tomorrow, it will be up. And I will also put it on the YouTube archive in a few days, so it will be there. Don't worry about that. Okay, what do we want? Where's our airport? Now I have a hard time seeing it, so maybe my position is a bit too low. Maybe that's okay for me. There's our airport, there's the runway, so I think I will do touch and go on the runway that we see. I think this is this biggest runway. Let me check quickly. It's 1-1 and 1-5. 1-5 is the bigger one. It should be on the left. Okay. Let's do a touch and go there. So the way to do that here, we go fuel pumps on, throttle idle, prop forward, and then we can do all. I'm not trying to hold the altitude, let it slow down. Landing lights on. Wait for the speed. Gear down, flaps 1. I think you can do flaps 1 at 119 or something like that. I don't remember, need to check the manual. That's done. And that's the way to decelerate it fairly quickly. Flaps 2. And... oh, there's only flaps 2. Flaps approach and flaps landing, so we're in flaps landing now. Right. 84 is the magic speed, so we shouldn't go below it unless we're actually in reach of the runway. So we would do that basically over the piano keys or just before that. The reason is, if you lose an engine at this point, you will not be able to level off even, because the best single engine climb speed is 84, and this is in clean configuration with the engine secured and feathered, and it only gives 150 give or take feet per minute, so not much. This means that if your engine fails now, you will need to trade your altitude for airspeed, and if you're on approach, that's not great. I'm trying to keep 84, but only when we're over numbers I will reduce the speed. Also, if I went throttle idle now, we would go into the ground like that. So that's another problem, I think, is the consequence of this high idle power. So with full flaps and gear down, this is a terrible glider. It's a brick. It basically flies like one two-seater glider flew with full speed brakes, and it has very effective speed brakes. So yeah. Maybe it's a bit okay. I would expect it to sink more violently. Now we can actually reduce the speed, so we do the round out. I reduce my pitch a bit, and now we can slowly get to this 70 knots that is recommended for landing. Okay, I now need to add some power so we do not sink so violently. Try to keep right rudder and left aileron. We touched it, full power. Now try not to sink so we do not hit the runway again, but also try to slowly accelerate. 70 knots, flaps up 1 notch into approach. Try to enter a very shallow climb and slowly accelerate to 84 knots. Remember, we are pretty much in a dead water below 84 knots. 84, flaps up, get positive climb, gear up. 200 feet above runway. Reduce power, 27, 22. 300 feet, that's where when I should have cleaned up the flats. -8, 118. Yeah, it feels pretty nice for the touchdown. Also, the real plane is pretty nice for the touchdown, but if you reduce the power, it will sink very violently. It's very sensitive to power inputs close to the ground because it's high wing, so the ground effect is less pronounced. I hope it makes sense. In the low wing aircraft, the wings are closer to the ground, which gives you more ground effect. Here in the high winged aircraft, it's less pronounced. Just like I'll get another sip of the water. Okay, how is this map working? I totally forgot it's in the way. I hope it wasn't covering anything I was discussing. Is it in a good place? Is it helpful? Do you like it? Or I don't like that it's switching every second. It's a bit dizzying, so I hope it's not bad for you. Okay, we're still cleaning the flaps, so let's finish this after the takeoff checklist. Flaps up, landing lights off, and fuel pumps off. Okay, so let's go at it. I haven't tried all the circuit breakers yet. I haven't tried them in the real aircraft because that's bad advice. You can do that to simulate some failures. So actually there is no events for these failures like you have in the Black Square, King Air, and so on. But you can simulate that with at least something with popping the circuit breaker. So that is pretty useful, except that few circuit breakers are a bit off. So I remember they advised to get the landing gear circuit breaker off. Let me find it. I think it will be on the battery bus. Those I like that they're grouped in where they actually are. Because I told you that some things are powered from different buses, and this tells you a little part, at least part of the story. You can see the taxi light is on the left bus. You can see the nav lights are on the right bus. So that's super cool. I don't need to look into the manual. I'm just trying to look outside a bit, so I fly, but yeah, I see whatever you see. And interestingly, strobe lights is on the battery bus, but nav lights are on the right bus, so nav lights are less important than the strobes, which sort of makes sense. Strobes are easier to see and maybe consume less power, I don't know. Can we see the landing gear? Here, it's on the landing gear. So landing gear, relay landing gear, landing. Okay, that's the handle, I think. Light landing gear. I'm not sure what each of them are. Anyway, we operate it all. So now our landing gear should not extend. I'll move the handle down. I'll get the map off for time being. And landing gear are green. But they're not here. Okay, so I'll write this down. Landing green show green on Garmin with circuit breakers popped. Landing gear shows green on G1000 with CB popped. And gear model being retracted. Alright. Again, after some initial disappointment 2 days ago, I feel much better about this now, and although it's of issues, I think this is within reach to make it absolutely stunning, but we are not there yet. And this problem with idle power and feathering, this is huge. And if you want to do anything even slightly out of the very gentle normal flying, you will feel that. Like you saw, I felt it on the approach where I couldn't think enough. I'll show you that in a second. Okay, our landing gear is not working, so we need to operate our emergency landing gear extension, which is super cool because we cannot do that in the real plane unless it actually fails. So I'm super happy to have it in the sim, and that I actually at least remember what levers to pull. Like this matches the manual, so instead of me thinking what to do and remembering the steps and then looking here and scratching my head, I can actually do that. So you pull we open the bay. We turn first the right lever. It's actually described here, so we do not even need to go to the manual. Also remember, I told you before that we have this, there is this door on the back here with a small window, and I went into the manual, and remember I was super confused about the writing here. It says emergency, oil pressure, and I was super confused because I know this is hydraulic accumulator. And usually how the hydraulic accumulator works, it's a tank which has a hydraulic fluid usually at the bottom because gravity, you know how gravity works. And you usually have then compressed gas, usually nitrogen, on top of it. And this compressed gas is providing the energy to power the hydraulic system for a bit. It's not much, but it will power it for a bit. Also, not here, but in the airliners, this also acts as a damping. It's basically a spring, so it dampens the pressure in the hydraulic system. Also, I'm not touching the controls and the aircraft is flying, no problem. That's pretty much what the real one does, unless there is some super heavy turbulence. Unless there is some turbulence, put it this way. I will reduce the power slightly also because we're super fast. Is it fun? Any questions, please let me know. I feel much better about this plane, and to be honest, after 2 days ago, I was just thinking we'll try it one more time and I will ditch it until we have more updates. Now I feel this has a potential for me at least to train some things and verify if procedure or tripping any circuit breakers matches the manual. For example, I told that in the real aircraft, engaging the right starter will internally disengage the left cross bus. But in this sim, it's not simulated. So if I do that, it's not happening. I think I can also show you that. So we can do that with... let's do it this way. We'll turn off the right field, so the right alternator is off. Now when I turn off the right cross bus, the right Garmin goes off, the MFD goes off. So let's get that on. So it means if I now hit the left starter, it should turn off the right cross bus, and we should see the right Garmin turn it off. I will hit it, although you should never ever hit the starter when the engine is running or turning. Even slightly, you should wait until it stops, because it's the sim and I don't need to pay thousands of euros to fix it. I'll just do it for science. So let's hit it. And it doesn't go off. I think that's a super small fine detail, and if this was on, I think this will be fantastic. Also, one thing to do, when you engage the starter, there is a lot of current being drawn from the battery, which means your electric receivers will get probably less current, and basically what you see in the aircraft, the lights dim a bit and the screens flicker a bit, but the Garmin will actually flicker, which means it's a very solid beast and can withstand a lot. I think I need to turn around, or we're getting out of here. Also, I saw this tower. See, there is like a radio tower here. I think this might be coming from the We Love VFR pack by... what was his name? I should have a link for that in the chat. Mark VFR, We Love VFR by Puffin Flights. He's like a very cool person, and the job here is absolutely outstanding. I love flying with that. Okay, so I showed you the trick. We'll get the right fuel on, back on, and our Garmin is back on. So that's all back to normal. We need gear for landing. So normally, if your gear is not coming down, you would request a holding somewhere and work that checklist. Okay, so go down here. We operate the right handle. We give it 20 seconds. 1, 2. 10. Okay, that's 20. I think I'm doing it right. I remember reading that, but now I might be off. And then we operate the left handle. It even says that emergency operations, first discharge on, then emergency on. Boom. And we heard this noise. Now what happens is that this pressure that we had in the tank is pushing this oil, the oil is acting as a hydraulic fluid. So that's something that completely threw me off, because I expected hydraulic fluid, but it's actually oil. I'm not sure if the rest of the installation is running on oil or hydraulic fluid, and what's the reason to have the oil instead of hydraulic fluid. Anyway, it pushed it extended the gear. Remember, it's not gravity extraction, it's using this hydraulic accumulator. I saw CG Aviator, I think, calling it gravity gear extension, but this is more intricate than that. It's actually using this hydraulic accumulator to get your gears out. And we see that they're out. I tried it yesterday, and what I did yesterday, I operated the right handle and immediately operated the left handle. And I think what happened is that the gear were not fully extended. They were like pointing a bit to the middle. So if I understand correctly, and that's actually simulated, that's a super nice touch and super nice effect of the gear extended procedure going wrong. I am writing this down in the love list. So not only is it simulated, and it's such an interesting procedure, and it's simulated with noise and everything, it's also simulated if you do it wrong. Emergency LG extraction. With such details and noises. And how do you call it? Bay modeled compartment. I'll add it another point that emergency landing gear extraction done wrong. And we'll put in the brackets no wait. Will not fully extend the gear. Extension, not extraction. If I say something wrong in English, please you can always correct me. I will not be mad. I will be very happy and learn something. Also, if someone tells me that I did something wrong, I tend to remember that better because I remember that person told me and I'm happy I learned something. LG will not extend fully. And collapse on the runway. It actually collapsed on me. And collapse on landing. Okay, that's on the list. Where's our airport? Okay, it's just on the left. There it is. There's this zombie waiting because we are bringing the lunch back. Okay, I wanted to show you one thing which I tried actually. We have those backup instruments which are all electric. Those backup instruments are powered from the battery and they should, by the certification requirements, give you 30 minutes of attitude indication. If a total polar failure, you have 30 minutes to restore it or land, or get out of IMC so that you can fly visually and land somewhere. And even forced landing or precautionary landing off airport is better than running out of options. Like precautionary landings or off airport landings are fairly safe, especially with this aircraft that touches down at 70 knots and is quite sturdy. There is a lot of things to keep you safe, so landing in the field is way safer than staying in the IMC and trying to go somewhere and losing everything on the indications. So even if you cannot reach the airport and you're in the IMC and you can get out of it and do a precautionary landing, I think that's a good idea. I'm here in spirit, but too busy to hang lurk. Cool. Oh, Nomad, it's you. Nice to see you. I totally lost my shoutout games. I remember you had something else to shout out. We did Lukaila. Let's do it yourself. We haven't done that in a while. And I'm still looking forward to flying with you in the Toronto airspace. I have been flying there more. When you were up and I actually had the time, other controllers popped in and then I was out of time. But now I think I'm ready, even if there's more controllers. Activate real life ATC, also controlling the ATC on VATSIM. That's very commendable. Thank you for your service. Yay. It's very well deserved. Is it P6 2060? P60 is the turbine. This is 2060. Can hit the aircraft. Long story short, the external model and the number of details they put is absolutely fantastic. There are like two deal breakers for me and one thing that's super off. The props are modeled incorrectly, like they are mirrored, so one blade wants to turn one side, the other blade wants to look the other side. But I could forgive that if every other single detail I find will be implemented. And other than that, the two problems I found is that the idle power is way too high. So if I have prop forward, which should provide the most drag, and throttle all the way back like I just did, this will barely sink and it's snowballing into a lot of problems. So that's something I would really like to get fixed. And the other thing is that prop feathering doesn't work. It simply will keep windmilling. So that's bad. Other than that, the number of details here is great. All the secret breakers are clickable. Most of them will do what they should do with some quirks. We have the emergency landing gear operation here. You can go into the compartment, and we actually emergency release our gear using the hydraulic accumulator here in the back. So that's great. You have to do, you can or have to do a full walk around, which is great because you actually see all the things. I think the tablet may be out of battery or something. It's not responding now. So let's keep it, but basically you can hit in the tablet, it will bring you around the aircraft and you have to click things to do stuff. It's not perfect, but it's great. I really wanted to have that. If anyone is learning this aircraft, this will be very helpful. The cockpit is very immersive. All the switches are there, so you can practice your flows and checklists here for the real aircraft, because all the switches are there, regardless whether or not they function properly. Most of them do, so that's pretty okay. So I was pretty disappointed 2 days ago because those 3 issues hit me in the face and I somehow lost track. Also start the engines in realistic mode. There is one quirk implemented that I think is not right, and for that reason I was not able to start the engine. Also the battery is running dry a bit too quick. So if you try to start the engine like 3 or 4 times, the battery will die. And on real aircraft, I'm pretty sure we tried to start engine way more times and the battery was very happy, and also it was cold, which is the bad time for the battery. So small things like that, but other than that it's actually pretty nice. Now I'm more happy with that. Flying is also pretty good except for this idle. pretty much it. Okay, last thing I wanted to show you. We can just kill electric power here, so why not? And we also have this emergency battery, so we can keep this attitude indicator alive a bit longer. Even if our battery dies for some weird reason, we still have one more backup battery, which on Mark 1 Tecnam was an option. Here it's a standard, so that's a great improvement by Tecnam. So we go. Crossbus is off. Avionics off, fields off, master off, and that's pretty much us. All we have left is these backup indicators. So we have attitude indicator, speed, and altitude, which is not set even though I hit the B, so we need to remember to set it manually. I need to get a habit of doing that. And yeah, if this was IMC, that's all you can fly with. Of course you don't have any navigation capability, but you may or may not have the radar. You get the idea. You still can do something. Or at least try to fly in the plane and troubleshoot the engine problem. So we'll try to land. And I want to show the flaps up landing, which is basically not possible because of this issue with the high idle power. Right, so prop forward, throttle idle. I don't send indication, so I just do it by feel. And this is another reminder. Okay, let me start again. Basically in any aircraft you can fly certain pitch, speed and power setting. Well, they're tied together. So certain power setting at certain pitch give you certain speed. They are all tied together. Or maybe if you move one, the other two will react. You get the idea. So if you can control your power input by looking at the attitude and airspeed, but you need to remember what attitude you need for certain airspeed and then control the power. Or if you lose your airspeed indicator, you will be able to basically set some known power. So if the only thing I see is the attitude indicator and I do not see the indicator for my airspeed, I still can fly the constant airspeed. I can even try to keep the altitude. So I just move to my continuous power, which is a bit back here, a bit back on the throttle. I think we need to keep like 2.5 degrees. This should probably keep us some around 100 knots and level flight. Now, this is a bit of a guesswork in the GA, but see, we're around 100 knots, we're around level flight. And I was just guessing here and doing the lever movements just by feel how I remember it. So it's a good idea to remember it, so you know the answer up front. But in things like Airbus, you will have a table somewhere describing what power settings you should keep. Either it will be provided by the manufacturer, the Airbus, or it will be by your airline in the SOP or somewhere. And actually, I think it's also in the part of, well, the trainings. So it's a really good idea to know upfront what power setting you need. Then if you want to keep certain airspeed, you can set the power straight ahead for the correct airspeed, and you don't need to adjust the power all the time. So next time you fly an Airbus or Boeing, or anything for that matter, try to find your favorite speed for any operations like landing patterns. For Airbus, this will be, say, 200 knots or 220 knots, and going to level flight, set 220 knots, and remember exactly what the power value is. Now, next time you want to keep level flight at 220 knots, you just set this power and you are good. Right. So, I am demonstrating this issue that I found with the high-low idle. Also, I think they will be fixing that very soon, so we do not need to sweat about it. I think they know how to do that, and said they have access to the real plane so they can check it. But, well, I think this may or may not be two separate issues: the idle RPM on the ground and the idle power in flight. Because now the probe should be windmilling and providing huge drag. And as you can see, I moved the throttle idle, and we cannot really sync. We are in flaps up, gear down configuration. And it is absolutely possible to land this plane flaps up. You would do that if you have a long runway and you want to do a quick approach. So you do not want to slow down a lot, then you can do flaps up landing. You will touch down at a bit higher speed and have a longer rollout, but with a long runway, no issue. So I have demonstrated this pretty badly because you gain speed, but anyway, if you get into the ground effect, I am throttle idle, we should be able to touch the ground, and I think this will not happen. I'm pulling, trying to keep it above ground, and it's slowly decelerating, 80 knots, 75 knots, 70. You see, it's not, doesn't want to go down. $66 knots, so now it should be decelerating super fast. Okay, we touched down. It still wants to fly. That's my problem. We're at 60 knots. It still wants to fly. I am throttle idle. Okay, I'll go full power now. We'll make this a go around. Now we need to slowly accelerate and slowly climb away. Zero room for error here, which means we are in a situation we shouldn't have gotten ourselves into. Also saw some trees splashing over the cockpit, but remember, I was trying to demonstrate a thing, not caring about our go-around path. Oh, I didn't have props full forward, so maybe that was a mistake, but we had full props in landing position, so this should have worked. Alright, we'll do one more approach and I'll demonstrate that two other small issues that I found, and we'll be done for the day. And I'll show you the emergency exit hatch. There's emergency exit hatch, which I have never opened in the real aircraft for obvious reasons. And here you can do that, so that's super nice. I'm very happy we can at least see how it works, because it's one thing knowing how it works, it's the other thing trying how it works, even if I'm in a virtual reality like here. Oh, also I thought it's past midnight here, but it's actually half past 11. So it's super early. 4.5 hours into stream. And we have been flying, so at least that's covered. I have the prop forward now, so we'll be able to do the landing. As a side note, you can totally fly the aircraft without most of the instruments. You can fly it even if you have 0 instruments and you are VMC. You should be able to do that, no problem. You should be able to hold altitude. Remember, give or take your power settings for certain airspeeds, and you're just good. You can fly like that. Don't think anything else to fly in the VMC. of course, as an emergency or training where your instructor is looking at the actual instruments. Also, in training, there is nothing stopping you to just popping the PFD circuit breaker and do the training, as long as you're in an area that you can do that and there's no much traffic around, and so on and so on. So stable, but keep your surroundings in mind. That zombie following along, very nice. Which Piper are you flying? Is it Coronado or is it just flight? I've heard the Coronado is also pretty good, so we have a lot of good Pipers in the game. And we cannot retract our gears because we have emergency extended them. That's pretty much out of question now. Just looking around because the aircraft is obscuring most of the view. Actually pretty hard. Coronado, cool. It's actually like I have both, and I actually like both the Coronado and the Just Flight. They're slightly different, so Coronado is giving me some capability that I do not have in the Just Flight. Also more straightforward in a good way to fly. It's the operations in the cockpit are somewhat more streamlined, simply because it seems to have way newer cockpit than the Just Flight. I think we're slightly high, so I'll try to go on the puppy so we see 2 whites, 2 reds, and I will try to land, but I will need to use the procedure for full flaps landing in this idle power scenario. Actually, let's do it a bit differently. I'll get just somewhere over the runway and we'll try to land with engines off. Just need to make sure that we will make the runway no matter what, and we'll land like that. It'd be interesting. Oh, so his relanding view, I never checked them actually. I am not, my views game is not great. I just don't need nor use them. Okay, I think we'll make it, so engines off. More than making it. Now, in real aircraft, I would be concerned we will make the runway here. Like, okay, now we will. I would. Our airspeed is 110. Pretty much okay. I think we have wind from the left, at least that's what I'm feeling. So the crosswind landing seems to be really nice here. Round out, flare. And the touchdown. So here's the other issue I found. The windmilling props stop violently as soon as you hit the ground. Not exactly what should happen, but it's okay. We are now disabled aircraft on the runway. And one other thing that seems to be rather incorrect is that our backup instrument is dying now. It should still be running because it's powered. It's an electric instrument, so the gyros should still be spinning. It shouldn't be dying on us like a vacuum powered instrument. And that's pretty much it. I see, where are you when needed? Also, sometimes it's fairly easy to tip over the aircraft. I love when the props stop in sync, and I think they went out of their way for the prop animations. I mean, the prop shape is botched, but the prop animations seem to be really nice. Like, instead of having some model imitating the props turning, I think they're actually turning. So that's pretty cool. And they seem to be stopping in different positions, which is great because that's what the aircraft will do. Also remember they will stay like one in few spots because of the engine compression thing. I think they have a finite number of places they can stop in real life. Here they seem to stop very, very nicely, and I like having them synchronized. Okay, we have arrived. We need to get out of the plane. Now remember, the doors are locked, but for fun, I want to get out through the hatch. So the ditching hatch is here. I I think the reason is if the plane is underwater, you will most likely not be able to exit the plane, or even if you open the door, if it's possible to open, you will have hard time getting out of there. Really hard time. So what you can do is you can open the hatch, and there is some instruction on their website how to do that. It's a bit odd because now I click the left button to... Oh, I pull and click to turn it, but now I need to click the secondary action, which depending on your key bindings may be something different. I have this bound to forward or back button on my mouse. Is it working? No, I just right click. You just right click it and it's open. So we can just swim through here. Hey, that's us. Safe. Going for safety. And also looks pretty strange. Is that zombie? Very nice to have you here. My sim has been usually showing on the general aircraft lately, so for the multiplayer, I think that's okay. Last thing you can do, you can hit this tie down, but well, it doesn't seem to be working now. Let's try it again. I think I need the master on. This will put the tablet on. No. Tablet died for some reason. I'm not sure what that is. Not dig into that. Oh. And also this instrument, once it wants to shut down, you have 1 minute to keep it on. Otherwise it will unalign itself and you have to align again. I think that pretty much concludes our tour. I think I showed everything I wanted to show that I learned 2 days ago when I was fighting with this on stream, and also yesterday when I was trying it out in the evening and reading the manuals. That's pretty much it. Okay. I will kill the misfit noises because they are pretty loud. We don't need them anymore. I can actually get some city noises from Stream Deck or some other people talking. Don't think we need that. I still need to try them out. Or the demons shouting in your ears. Very strange. Alright. And also, oh, I never showed this backup instrument. Seems to be very nice. I don't remember it in the real plane, so I think it's similar. It seems to have internal battery also. Let's see if we now... So see, it's showing its own battery. And if we engage the backup battery, it's also showing the battery full. Oh, now I go master on and the battery is disappeared. That zombie singing, where's Chewie? When you need him. That's super cool. I had no idea about this. I just found out. So this aircraft features a backup battery. It's here under the guarded switch. And I think this is the LED indicator showing if it's on or not. And when our backup instrument doesn't have either the main battery or the backup battery, and to keep it on, it shows that it has internal battery. That's great. I had no clue it has that. I also don't know if the real one has, but I think that's probably the reason. You can also push this button. It will put in the menu, so we can change the altimeter units. Try not to power it out, because then you're having bad luck. Hey there, so when you add weight, does it have 3D passengers? I don't know. We can find out if you want. Let's do that. And I am personally not a fan of 3D passengers, and I just don't want having that, but I know a lot of people are excited, so we'll find out. Just bear with me, I don't know what I'm doing. I think we need payload. That's 4 people. Also interesting thing, when you have full payload, you can only have that much fuel. Welcome to GA flying. Well, not really much, so you have to get rid of something, because with 17 liters in each tank we are not getting anywhere. So that's the GA flying right there. Let's see. I think I changed one setting in the flow, now it's not hiding. Oh, there they are. These are our passengers. Yeah. I think they're scared for their life. But also I see the smile that we are back alive. And then 133 if you're just joining. Yeah, I have been in emergency extending the gear and turn off both Garmins. Flew around like that for a while, only on the backup instrument. And thank you for the follow, very nice to see you on board. And then we killed the engines and landed with zero engines, but on a very short final. Wasn't a long glide. I will make sure we can reach the runway and turn them off like at 300 feet maybe. So I have went into all the details I found before, described some bigger issues, some smaller issues. Anyway, the model is great. All the switches are here, so definitely has potential to be fully functional. And there's that zombie. I don't know how to turn on the copilot. I may have something in the menus of Flight Sim that is not showing that, so bear with me. I don't know what I'm doing about those models. Prefer not to have them on. Alright, for my last trick, I will play the guitar and the bass for you. I have been showing a lot here, so if you have any questions, you can reach me out. You can reach out to me on the Discord. My Discord link is in the chat. If you know I'm on other Discord, you can always ping me. Just remember, I may not reply instantly or forget it for a while. Just please remind me. I'll try to respond. Also, I saw someone message me when we were streaming, but I'll need to check this later. I was about to say something. Yeah, that's what I want to say about the Discord. I also found some parts of the manual and links to the manuals, so they're also there in the Discord. If you have any screenshots or something cool to share, feel free to do so. I'll jump to the drone. I'm not sure if this hatch reminds me of a yacht or a toilet seat. It's kind of in between, and I like playing the hazard game of, I like playing the gamble of how will the props switch off today? Like, will they in sync or will they look as absolutely awful? Will there be symmetry or not? I don't know, but it excites me way more than it should. We're on Europe North server. I will put a view like that so we can see both me and the zombie. If you want to pop in, feel free to do so. You are very welcome to. I need to get this angle a bit better. Okay, I think this is looking... Then zombies a bit off over my seat, so we'll do something like that. Give some more room. I think that was cool. I liked also flying this Reggio Calabria first times here in the sim. Seems like a nice area. Alright, have I forgotten any shoutouts? We had Jesus Ibanez and someone else who I didn't shout out. I haven't shout out. It's Nomad. Oh, we had Ryzen with the raid. And Hes with the raid. We'll do Hesus. Another crew streamer we have been flying along quite a lot. He's doing, well, he has PPL and doing some other Raining Snow Hero. I think he's doing a cool person you can definitely check out. And well, streaming times all over the place, but you can have a look when he's up. Alright, I'll get the guitar rust, unlock my seat back in a month, and I'll play for it. This carrot face was because I kicked the mic cable and the mic started falling. It's back up now. I'll just get a sip, so I'll reappear in a moment. Here I am. This might have been the most talking I've done on the stream ever. I feel like I've been talking all the time non-stop. If you have any more questions about the aircraft and engines, feel free to ask. I may not know the answers straight away, but I know where to look for in the manuals and I have people to ask, so I can do that. I'm in the real aircraft, of course. Okay, the guitar stuff is up. Let's get the birds. Here are the birds. We'll kill the music. And no, it's wrong switch. Here come the guitars. Are they up? Yeah. Okay, but they play in the beginning. I think I remember. I'll try to recreate the same thing. Most of the time it works, except when 10 requested something crazy. Oh snap, music time. I hope you enjoyed it. If you don't like it, feel free to mute or go away. It's fine. Awesome. We'll do right someone I'll find, hopefully someone I know, so you can always stick up for the raid and greet the new person. Lurking there and didn't say I was lurking, that was weird. I see. What did they play today? I can't remember. That's pretty much it. I totally forgot. Yeah, that was it. Oh no, I missed something. What happened? We need to start over. PK didn't hit record. Now it works. I made it 4x4 so Kevmiko can play his drum game on the 16 squares that we have. Thanks for the emotes, that zombie. I like your combos, always. Yay, it worked. I actually didn't remember how many bars I recorded, so it turned out to be 4x4. That's great. I'm still struggling the guitar, so... and you may or may not hear that, but one of the chords is slightly detuned. I'll make it a bit more silent so you can actually hear me talking over it. I was saying that one of the chords sounds slightly detuned because the guitar has jumbo frets, which means when I press the strings too hard, they will, well, get more tension and higher pitch, so still don't know how to do that, but I'll learn one day. That's why in the beginning I tried to change the riff a bit so that I can circumnavigate that and have more time for switching the chords. That's this. Hey, thank you for the roses are great. That zombie, that's so nice. Since these emotes are very, how do I want to say it, very simple but also great. Very nice. I think a part of my neck was out of camera. I think that's because I'm closer more to the side than usual. I usually play like that. Right. That brings us to the end of the Tecnam flight. There's that zombie sitting back. Even the prop is not turning, but I see the pilot still inside. We have only passengers. I have escaped through the hatch with a bang. 2 days ago I was afraid this will be the time when I will ditch this Tecnam, but after today and yesterday I feel much better about it. It's just those two issues that I really need fixed, and then I think everything else I can brush over, and well, all the small tiny details I found, I think everything is within reach to correct. So I will work on my list over the weekend, try to tidy it up a bit, fact check anything I have. I don't want to send them any false information, and send on a separate email. I'll also reach out, once I do that, I will also reach out on Discord to make sure they got it, and I'll probably also let them know about the stream today, because I think it was pretty fluid. It wasn't as chaotic as the last time, and the information it's providing was, I think, more on the point than the last time. So, to be honest, it's been great seeing all of you. We had the raids from Dryson Jesus. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Let's do the shoutouts for Dryson. If you don't know, Dryson, another cool streamer from Sweden, known for streaming at the same time on me. I'm kidding, sometimes we stream at different times, but well, because we live in Europe, that's very often what happens. I like playing along with him or just listening, so go check out if you like. Please give a follow. How could you not know Dryson? I didn't know Dryson until some point, so there's so many people in the world. Yeah, he's really cool, can recommend. Nice vibes, and I love playing alone whenever I have enough time and I can actually prepare in time. Dryson is pretty quick, so sometimes I miss it. How's the love coming, guys? It's okay? I think it sounds pretty nice. Guitar playing isn't fantastic, but I think it does the job for the most part. I hear what sounds wrong. Most of you may miss it, but a few beats are out. But you're right. Let me see what's up. It's later than usual, so there might be different people up. We'll see. Remember, if you want to put your Discord, put your screenshots or have some questions, you can reach out on Discord. The link is in the chat. I'll be very happy to help you or talk to you. I'll do a screenshot. I very often do screenshots before I stream. Today I totally forgot about that. I'm trying to paste in the Discord screenshots channel. There we go. Let me see who's up and who will write. Chewy's up. Chewy's always up. See who else. And your recommendations, you can always let me know. Sorry for shouting. We'll go with Chewy. I want to see Chewy. And Nomad is up, but we read Nomad last time. Let's go with Chewy. Alright, go copy. I'll put the hype emote or other. Chewy is super cool. And I'll see you there. It's been really nice. I really like playing today. Also nice place. Pretty cool. Thank you for reading around. Thank you for reading questions. For keeping it up. Flank along. You know the drill. I was enjoying the company. It's actually pretty nice to do it with some company. I should have actually stay happy and healthy, but I actually forgot I was being sick. I think I feel better now. Great success. Alright, I'll get my hype emotes up. I'll copy them myself, and let's go for the ride. I'll see you, cheers. Next stream will be on Sunday, 18 Zula, or maybe usual. Super Gamer TYE. Hey, welcome. Very nice to see you. I'm just ending. We're just raiding. I hope you had fun. I will be streaming on Sunday, probably 18 Zulu, maybe a bit earlier. I'll let you know in the Discord if that's the case. I'll say cheers, and yeah, go to the end scene. See you next time. Bye bye bye.